Please be seated. Start of business today, I would like to put on record my congratulations to our colleague Andy Allen for his participation and achievements at the Invictus Games that were recently held in Canada, bringing home 4 medals from this competition, 1 gold, 2 silver and 1 bronze. Northern Ireland has a strong record of punching above its weight when it comes to performance of its competitors in sporting championships, and that's well known. I'm delighted the Assembly can now boast at one of its very own when it comes to recognising the dedication and achievement of homegrown sporting talent. I will be writing out to members later today, inviting them to join me in marking Andy's achievements at a reception event to be held in Parliament Buildings tomorrow afternoon. I now move to member statements, and I call Caroline Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Pat Sheehan and I met with Mothers Against Genocide. On behalf of Sinn Féin, I want to thank them for that meeting. They are a group of women who are cross-community and have came together to call for solidarity in ending genocide. Mothers Against Genocide is a collective of women across all religious and political viewpoints and classes, and they are calling for an end to genocide in Gaza and the promotion of lasting peace in Palestine. Their aim is to have all legislators recognise the need for Palestinian rights and to end Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories under international law. They also asked us to call for the protection of humanitarian workers, of journalists, health and social care staff in line with international humanitarian law. They asked us to raise the concern that ongoing arms sales enables genocide need to end, and this also needs to be in line with international law, and ask for our support on a ban on trade with illegal settlements in the occupied Palestine. Advocates for businesses in the north and public bodies also need to look at their ethical procurement policies, including looking at firms who provide goods which are complicit in the occupation of Palestine. We all should call for the defend the rights of individuals, institutions and businesses to engage in BDS without legal restrictions, and we all must call for an increasement in humanitarian aid. We need to put measures in place that will allow for sick and injured children to evacuate Palestine and travel to the north of Ireland for treatment, similar to schemes that already take place in Dublin and in London. We also call for the restoration of UNRWA funding to support Palestinian refugees, and we need to ensure that work continues with international bodies to support a just and lasting solution based on equality and human rights. It should be on the lips of us all that every child, every citizen, Israeli and Palestinian, deserve to grow up feeling loved, happy, safe, and we call for this pledge to continue throughout all legislators. Gormila Magov.
Please be calm.
The rise of avian influenza within Mid-Ulster. Last week, 64,000 birds were killed at a commercial poultry farm near Dungannon, and just a week later, over the weekend, we are learning that almost 16,000 birds will be culled at a site near Pomeroy. The spread of avian flu is something that should be taken very seriously. The poultry industry in Northern Ireland is an important one. It generates over £600 million to the economy and employs a great number of people. If avian flu spreads further in Northern Ireland, not only will it impact our economy, but also the livelihoods of those who work within that industry. I read that the organisers of the Balmoral show have announced that there will be no poultry competitions this year, which is the wise thing to do in the current circumstances. I echo the words of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Minister Muir to implore that all bird owners, whether commercial or domestic, to adhere to the stringent biosecurity measures and to report any suspicious cases immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honeyford.
Speaker. Growth in renewable energy offers several significant benefits for residents, and both environmental and economic advantages. But the weekend we saw reports again that exposes the slow growth of change that we're seeing, that's made worse with the continual waste of renewable energy not being able to access our grid. It's outrageous that almost 40% of renewable energy is effectively dumped in the sea, which is at a figure that's 4 times that of the south. The 40% loss that's there, the inefficiency of that, has to be added to the cost that's built into future connections and tenders, keeping the price higher than it should be. We live on an island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and we need much greater focus and working much faster towards being self-sufficient in energy. But ultimately, it protects our residents from volatile global energy prices, giving more stability to electricity costs. Energy security is vital, and we have felt the cost of that being reliant on fossil fuel imports. The cost of energy affects every household, every week, and every month. In 2021, from 2021, the average price that a household is paying in energy has more than doubled, and that hasn't little's changed in the last year. And Alliance want to see the potential of being self-sufficient in energy realised in delivery, in innovation and in investment, boosting this region as a green energy hub, bringing lower prices for every household. This Assembly and the Department of Economy needs to deliver within this mandate. We need to see movement towards expanding our grid alongside support for renewable energy at a much, much faster pace, so that renewables at 80 by 30 isn't just a headline but reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is perhaps the litany of horror created by the vile attacks of the 7th of October that has inured us to the evil perpetrated by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and now self-evidently by so-called civilians in Gaza. The silence of far too many over the fate of the hostages, the willful ignoring of the use of rape and violence against the innocent, the blatant anti-Semitism prevalent in their very statements, from political parties to so-called NGOs, to the woke oratory baying for the destruction of Israel on our streets, has become the sad norm. They have all become complicit in the grotesque and evil being perpetrated on the innocent. Last week, 4 coffins were paraded before a baying mob. Coffins marked with their so-called day of arrest. One of these coffins held an 83-year-old peace activist, Oded Lefnitz, murdered by terrorists for no other reason because he was a Jew. Another held the remains of 4-year-old Ariel Bibas, murdered by strangulation for no other reason because he was a Jew. A third held a 10-month-old baby, Kafir Babas, murdered by strangulation for no other reason because he too was a Jew. The fourth coffin, holding the remains of another arrested person, was supposed to hold the children's mother, Shiri. But of course it didn't. Shiri's remains were then miraculously found by Hamas the next day. Another bargaining chip in the sick calculus that passes for reason amongst those who always advocate from the bloody river to the blood-stained sea of the militant extremist imagination. Mr. Speaker, is it too much to accept, on this island at least, that we can call out evil for what it is without whataboutery, without rancour, and just accept and call out the grotesque spectacle that Hamas has created? They cannot, as our First Minister said, have any place in any future peace. They cannot be given that agency. Strangling infants and toddlers does not give them any right to be included in any peace process. Finally, while I hope you all join me in praying instead for a real and just peace, please also reflect on the words of the Grand Mufti of Saudi Arabia, who said, "What we saw today in Gaza is a disgrace to Islam, an act of blasphemy against Allah." If this can be seen from Mecca, is it far too much to hope that can also be seen from the First Minister's office and from the benches on this chamber? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank
Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I'm tempted to respond to some of what Dr. Aiken has said. He said that repeatedly in this chamber, but I won't because I have other things to talk about. I want to first of all associate myself with your remarks about Andy Allen. I think all of us should be proud of Andy's achievements. I also want, Mr. Speaker, if I may, to mark the anniversary, which I think was last week, of the passing of our constituency colleague and your predecessor, Christopher Stalford, who is sorely missed from this chamber. As somebody who had very different political views from Christopher Stalford, I often think of him when we're having debates here, think of his intelligence and his wit, and I just wanted to pause and remember him. Mr. Speaker, we are now, as we've discussed here, just over a year back since we returned to the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive, but we face in this place a crisis in accountability, a crisis in the public trusting that people here are going to take responsibility, specifically ministers are willing to take responsibility and answer for decisions they're making. First of all, to make decisions. Secondly, to be held accountable for them. I want to give a couple of examples. Last week, the Health Minister announced a new policy on core grant funding for health bodies. That resulted in the loss of funding to a wide number of organisations. I accept it also meant that some bodies did get core grant funding for the first time. You would think that that's the kind of thing that a minister should bring to this Assembly and face questions on. He didn't. But he's not the only one, Mr. Speaker. There are umpteen examples, but I want to pick out a particularly egregious example or set of examples, and that is the Finance Minister, now successive Finance Ministers, having meaningful spend. When I say meaningful, I'm talking about very large, important decisions on spending announced by written ministerial statements on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays and not bringing them to this Assembly chamber. We had a response on Storm Éowyn. We had tens of millions of pounds allocated on Storm Éowyn, the January monitoring round, not brought to this Assembly chamber, issued by written statement with no one, not a single one of us, opposition or executive MLAs, able to ask a question. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, we had the actual budget, the draft budget was brought just before Christmas, before Santa got here. The Finance Minister announced the actual draft budget, which included, by the way, a rating policy decision, a decision to increase rates for the people of Northern Ireland, which has already been decided, hasn't been brought to the Assembly chamber. I see members across the chamber smiling at me making this point, but our job is accountability, whether you're in the opposition or the executive. Simply waving stuff through and pretending that we aren't here to hold people to account, to simply come in here and act like pygmies, doing meaningless debates, meaningless motions, reading things out and not scrutinising people in power, is failing the people who sent us here. I am serious about accountability, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware that it prompts guffaws and contempt occasionally from people in this chamber who don't like accountability, but I and the rest of the official opposition are serious about it, and we intend to keep holding people to account, whether they like it or not. Thank you.
I call Nicola Brogan.
International Day of Women and Girls in Science was celebrated at the start of this month. Many women from this island have been and still are at the far front of the sciences. Unfortunately, however, in the past, women have not received the recognition that they deserve for their scientific work. For example, Annie Russell Maunder's husband was credited with most of the important work that she had done. Likewise, 2 men received the Nobel Prize for the work of Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Although there have been attempts over the past 10 years to achieve equality for women in the sciences, they are still discriminated against. There is still a gender gap in every sphere of science, technology, engineering and mathematics throughout the world. Therefore, it is a source of pride that a woman scientist from County Armagh is once again leading the way in trying to narrow the gender gap. When Jocelyn Bell Burnell won the Special Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics in the year 2018, a prize worth $3 million. Professor Bell Burnett used all that money to set up a fund to help women to become physics researchers. There's still work to be done if women are to have proper access to science. However, since we have role models such as Professor Bell Burnell, Niamh Shaw and Lydia Lynch, I think that we can look forward to the future with hope. Thank you.
Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to UDR privates James Cummings and Fred Starrett, who on this date 37 years ago were murdered by the IRA while performing their duty to protect life and property in Belfast City Centre as soldiers in the Ulster Defence Regiment. In the late evening of that day, 24th of February 1988, Cummings and Starrett attended to lock the security gate in Royal Avenue to protect the city centre from the IRA bombing campaign which aimed to destroy the economy of Belfast. The IRA had hidden a bomb behind hoarding beside the security barrier covering Castle Court Shopping Centre, which was under construction at that time. When it detonated, Private James Cummings was killed instantly. Private Fred Starrett was taken to hospital, where he died several hours later. Private Cummings from Rathcoole, Newton Abbey, had been a member of the regiment for 2 years. Private Starrett from East Belfast had joined the regiment just 4 months previous. They were both just 22 years old. The cowardly IRA members who planned and carried out that bombing had just one intention. That was to take the lives of members of the security forces who were trying to protect society from the evil of terrorism. If passing members of the public had also been killed or seriously injured, the terrorists would have taken no responsibility for that. Cummings and Starrett will have known that every day and every night they would be prime targets for terrorists, yet they bravely stepped forward to join the UDR and to serve within the British Army to protect society. Both men were also members of Orange Lodges in Ballymacarrat No. 6 District, East Belfast. And 2 days ago, on Saturday morning, I joined hundreds of others in attending the annual service of remembrance for Cummings and Starrett, held in Royal Avenue and organised by the Ulster Defenders of the Realm, LOL 710. I spoke to family members in attendance who said that it means a great deal to them that their sacrifice is not forgotten and that their names are honoured. We will continue to remember them with honour. Those who planned and carried out this and other acts of terrorism during the Troubles were the enemies of democracy. In fact, they achieved nothing other than to take thousands of lives and to devastate thousands of others who were injured or bereaved. There was always an alternative to terrorism. Indeed, this Assembly is part of it. It's called peaceful and democratic politics and respect for the rule of law and other people's right to life. That is what the people of Northern Ireland expect members of this House to be committed to, not to the shameful glorification of evil terrorism of the past.
Mr
Speaker, I rise today as this week marks 20 years since Lisa Dorian went missing. Lisa was from Bangor and she was 25 years old when she went missing on the 28th of February 2005. She was last seen in a caravan park in Ballyhalbert where she had been at a party. Lisa went missing that evening and the police believe her to be dead, but her body has never been located. Lisa's disappearance shocked not just people from the area, but those across Northern Ireland. A beautiful young woman with her whole life ahead of her just disappeared. It is a travesty that she has still not been found 20 years later. Lisa left behind her parents, Patricia and John, and her siblings, Joanne, Michelle and Ciara. It is hard to imagine the pain and torment that they have had to endure. Tragically, Lisa's mother, Patricia, passed in 2015, having never got answers, justice or a proper burial for her daughter. The family have now campaigned for 20 years with the simple message, let's find Lisa. Incredibly, however, they have also used their grief to help others. The Dorian family have been outspoken in calling for Charlotte's Law in Northern Ireland. This would increase the sentence for murderers who do not disclose the location of their victims' bodies. They have worked with the Justice Minister and the family of Charlotte Murray to ensure that this will be delivered. Lisa's sister Joanne is also the chair of Canine Search and Rescue, a charity based in North Down who conduct search and rescue missions to help families of others who have lost missing loved ones. This work speaks to the dignity and strength with which this family have campaigned for truth and justice. It is remarkable. Today, I'm appealing to anyone with information to come forward to the PSNI. 20 years on, and we know there are people in our community who know what happened to Lisa. I urge them to search their conscience and do the right thing. It's not too late. Let's find Lisa.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, in August 2016, the Belfast Telegraph led with the story "Why the victims killed in the Bayardo bomb massacre also deserve to be remembered." Following the public commentary that has disgracefully emanated from the benches opposite this weekend, following the death of IRA man Brendan McFarlane, it is my moral imperative to ensure, Mr. Speaker, they are not forgotten. On the 13th of August 1975, under the cover of darkness, 3 cowardly terrorists, led by McFarlane, set out to murder and maim their Protestant neighbours. They arrived at a packed bar to open indiscriminate gunshots and plant a 10-pound bomb at the entrance to that bar to ensure maximum casualty to innocent Protestant men, women and children. The IRA, in their actions, killed 5 people and injured 50 others, the youngest of whom, Linda Boyle, was just 17 years old. Thankfully, Mr. McFarland and his accomplices were caught by the security services that night and sentenced to life imprisonment. In 1983, Mr. McFarland then led the Maze prison escape, in which a prison officer died. In 1983, Mr. McFarland was charged with the kidnapping of a supermarket executive in the Irish Republic, which led to the death of a further 2 individuals. Mr. Speaker, in all the public pronouncements from Sinn Féin eulogising Mr. McFarland, not a single sentence, not a single scintilla, and not a single sorry for the victims of his evil deeds. The Sinn Féin member for North Belfast, who represents the very place that this bomb went off, managed to say in his remarks that Mr. McFarland did all he could for the struggle of Irish unity. Did that struggle, Mr. Speaker, include the murder of an innocent 17-year-old girl? The leader of Sinn Féin described him as a great patriot. Mr. Speaker, the great patriots plant 10-pound bombs at the entrances to bars to tear the heart out of the Shankill Road and celebrate the murder of 5 people. Mr. Speaker, I was raised to never speak ill of the dead, and I recognise that a family is hurting. But my community and my constituency hurt every single day as a result of Mr. McFarland's actions. And the failure by Sinn Féin to even acknowledge that is nothing short of a disgrace. No amount of whitewashing and no amount of saying their actions were justified will ever stop this party calling out the rank hypocrisy from the members opposite.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent events in Coleraine have once again highlighted the pervasive issue of women and girls' safety in Northern Ireland. The recent discovery of a bag containing suspicious items near a family home has understandably caused distress within our community. While police have indicated that this incident is domestic, other recent reports of women being followed in the area highlight the range of dangers that women face every day. And I do want to commend the police in Causeway, Coast and Glens for their quick response to this. They worked tirelessly throughout the week to get a result which we will see in court today. Regrettably, Coleraine is not unique. The vulnerabilities experienced by women here are reflective of wider issues across Northern Ireland. The unsettling reality for women is that we have always navigated a world fraught with potential dangers both publicly and privately. For women, even walking in public in familiar spaces often requires a heightened sense of awareness. Simple things that many men take for granted, like coming home after dark, we clutch keys between our fingers, we avoid certain routes and we get our phones ready to call for help. This constant state of alert is a lived reality for women and girls. The threat, however, isn't confined to public spaces. Our homes, which should be havens of safety, are frequently places of unreported distress. 32,763 incidents were reported to PSNI in the last year. We know that women also face harassment, stalking and exploitation on social media platforms. Yet Northern Ireland is not doing enough in this space. We could review the Malicious Communications Act, otherwise it's just redundant legislation. We could also introduce stalking protection orders to intervene earlier in cases of persistent harassment. As ever, tackling these issues does require a joined-up approach that goes beyond a reactive police response. Local councils have a role to play, like better street lighting, more and active CCTV in key areas, and keeping public spaces well maintained can make a real difference to making women feel safe. And the justice system really needs to improve. We need swift and decisive action when crimes are reported and sentencing outcomes that reflect the harm that is being caused. As well as timely investigations and process, we need proper support for victims and making sure perpetrators are dealt with appropriately so women have confidence in the system. Finally, we need to be clear about the realities of violence against women and girls. While individuals from any background can be responsible for this behaviour, it is important to focus on the facts rather than assumptions led by misinformation or prejudice. Most perpetrators are known to their victims, partners, relatives, colleagues, acquaintances, and shifting blame to specific groups without any evidence only distracts from addressing the real and systemic issues at hand. Mr Speaker, the safety of women, girls and girls demands our attention to ensure that every individual, regardless of background, can live without fear. And let's focus our efforts into tangible, immediate actions that make our communities safer and more respectful for everyone. Thank you.
Does indeed, as has already been said, marks the 20th anniversary of the disappearance of Lisa Dorian, aged just 25 years old, from a caravan park in Ballyhalbert in County Down on the 28th of February, just a few days short, in 2005. Lisa's disappearance has indeed left an irreplaceable hole in the lives of her loving family and friends, and continues to leave a very dark shadow indeed right across our local community to this very day, as her body has tragically never been found. For 2 decades, Lisa's family has endured unimaginable pain and heartache, yet they have shown throughout this extraordinary courage, resilience and determination in their quest for justice, and I think they do need to be commended indeed. The campaign to find answers has not only kept Lisa's memory alive, but has also shone a light on the issue of unresolved cases right across Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, I wish to commend the family for their bravery and resilience in continuing to search for truth and justice and to find Lisa. Sadly, Lisa's mum, Patricia, passed away with a broken heart back in December 2015. However, the courage and commitment from Lisa's father John, sisters Joanne, Michelle and Ciara over these years has given hope to so many other families in similar heartbreaking situations right across Northern Ireland and indeed beyond. Having met with members of her family on many occasions, I know that their desire for truth and justice continues and is just as strong today as it was 20 years ago. No family should ever have to face the additional heartbreak of not being able to bury a lost loved one. And if there is anything that we can do as members of this House to offer hope to families in this position, we have a moral responsibility to do so. The Let's Find Lisa campaign has been a strong advocate for the introduction of what has become known as Charlotte's Law in memory of Charlotte Murray into Northern Ireland, and the Justice Minister has confirmed that she intends to bring forward these proposals as part of a wider sentencing bill within this mandate, and I would encourage her to continue to progress with that. And I would take this opportunity once again, as we mark this 20th anniversary, to urge anyone with any information at all that might help this grieving family 20 years on to bring it to the PSNI immediately. It's never too late to do the right thing. Let's find Lisa. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the bodies of 34-year-old Cherie Bibas and her children, 4-year-old Ariel and 6-month-old Kiefer Bibas, who were kidnapped on the 7th of October 2023, were supposed to be handed over during a sickening ceremony on Thursday. It emerged on Friday that the body of Cherie Bibas had not been returned as promised, and authorities had to wait another day to get it. The coffins released on Friday were locked. This resulted in painful delays in the processes for Israeli authorities because they feared the coffins could literally blow up in their faces. Horrific circumstances for the families and the Israeli authorities to deal with. And yet, members, To enter this very chamber, we pass a portrait of someone who was linked to such behaviour. I want to read a poem called A Simple Set of Car Keys, partly based on revelations about 3 murderers contained in Liam Clark's biography of Martin McGuinness. A simple set of car keys, nothing special, I hear you say. There's a story behind these keys I'll share with you today. They belong to Leslie Jarvis, and his story is so sad. Another killed for Mother Ireland by people who are bad. As Leslie left his studies, he got into his car, not knowing that McGuinness was watching from afar. These keys in the ignition, soon Leslie will be dead. His killers crept up silently and shot Leslie in the head. Not happy with one killing, the provost hatched a plan. They booby-trapped Leslie's body and murdered a policeman. The RUC came rushing after the shots rang round the town. The provost commander watched as the cordon was put down. 2 officers approached the car and opened Leslie's door. One reached for Leslie's briefcase beside the body on the floor. An explosion ripped the car apart. 3 men left mangled and dead. The bloodlust of that provost commander well and truly fed. A simple set of car keys, very simple, I hear you say. They tell the story of 3 men who I honour in my own way. Members, the names of those men referenced in the poem were Chief Instructor Leslie Jarvis, Detective Inspector Austin Wilson and Sergeant John Benson, murdered at Magee College, Londonderry on the 23rd of March in 1987. Mr. Speaker, some people in this House make a virtue out of meeting Donald Trump because of his Middle East policy. Perhaps the truth is that they are closer to Hamas, both in ideology and tactics, than any innocent Palestinian civilian they claim to sympathise with.
That concludes member statements. If members would take their ease for a moment while we change the top table. Point of order, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just further to my member statement earlier on, I do have a particular concern in my role as Leader of the Opposition around the failure of ministers to bring statements to this House. We've now had, and the Finance Minister is here, 2 monitoring rounds and a draft budget which have been delivered to the Assembly by written statement. We also had last week a significant announcement from the Health Minister. Can you advise on whether you are satisfied or your office is doing further work in terms of encouraging ministers to bring statements to the Assembly? Thank you.
I'll happily look at that again, so I will. Members and ministers know my views on this, that where at all possible, it is appropriate that ministers bring their statements to the floor of the House. So we would discourage and seek to dissuade ministers from making statements at other occasions, and whenever they have the opportunity of actually bringing it to the House, that's the appropriate place. And ultimately, ministers should be open to being questioned by members, and I think that's something which is significantly important that that takes place. And I'll write to ministers again on this subject, Mr. O'Toole, because what you raise is a very valid point. If members just take their ease momentarily while we change the chair.
Okay, members, consideration stage of the budget bill is now, so I call upon the Minister of Finance, John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
Thank you, Ministers. No amendments have been tabled to the bill, and I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group the 15 clauses of the bill for the question on stamp part, followed by 3 schedules and a long title. So, So, as there have been no objections, the question is that clauses 1 to 15 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, Mr. Gasson, your objections will be recorded and are noted, and there's ayes from all sides of the House. So the question is that schedules 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, noes. Mr Gosson, your objections are noted and recorded, and have heard ayes from all sides of the House. So, in relation to the long title, the question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, noes. Mr Gosson, your objection to the long title has been noted and recorded, but have heard all sides, ayes from all sides of the House. So therefore, that concludes the consideration stage of the budget bill, and the budget bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. The next item is the consideration stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. I call on the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lyons, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. No amendments have been tabled to the bill, so the question on stand part will be put on each clause, followed by the schedule and the long title. So, Clause 1, stand part. The question is the Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that schedule stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. So, the next item on the order paper is a prayer of an annulment. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the Animals Identification, Records, Movement and Enforcement Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 SR 2025/11 be annulled.
Thank you. I call on Michelle McIlveen to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Michelle. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. So therefore, Michelle, I ask you to please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Unionist Party has a mandate to continue the fight to fully restore Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, including removing the application of EU law in our country and the internal Irish Sea border it creates. By implementing the changes to EU animal health law and drawing a distinction both in law and practice between Northern Ireland and Great Britain in terms of the identification, registration, movement and enforcement of livestock, the regulations before us today conflict with our fundamental objectives. As Unionists, we will not in good conscience accept the undermining of the United Kingdom internal market in this way. Local representatives had no say in making these changes to EU law and their application in Northern Ireland, courtesy of Annex 2 of the Protocol, which rides roughshod over the principle of cross-community consent. The Department has been keen to stress the technical nature of the regulations, yet the Minister clearly deemed the contents to be of such legal and political significance to warrant discussion by the Committee in closed session, a request which was ultimately denied by the Committee. It's not credible for the Minister or his officials to claim that these regulations do not represent a significant change in policy, whilst in the same breath denouncing the potential negative impacts for trade and animal welfare if they are not introduced. We all accept the arguments put forward in terms of the single epidemiological unit and controlling disease. However, even when there were controls in live animals moving across the Irish Sea prior to Brexit, none of this required Northern Ireland to have a unique prefix code for cattle and sheep tags. The bottom line is that there should be no circumstances in which exports into the EU from Northern Ireland are distinguished from those entering the EU from other parts of the United Kingdom. We are part of the United Kingdom and its trading bloc. These regulations sustain the fundamental obscenity of Northern Ireland being annexed into the EU in over 300 areas of law. Not only has this distinction inflicted unnecessary additional costs on farmers in terms of purchasing new tags and potentially being left with a glut of redundant tags, it's a manifestation of how Northern Ireland has been annexed into the EU. The Minister places much emphasis on the fact that the switchover date from UK to excise tags for newborn livestock has been extended to the 30th of June 2025. Yet he and his colleagues in the Alliance Party initially called for the rigorous implementation of the protocol, which would have enacted this disruption even earlier and entirely out of kilter with the farming calendar. Ultimately, the XI prefix dilutes the UK branding that's renowned throughout the world for the high quality and excellent welfare. So it's unsurprising, therefore, that farmers have questioned the impact on access to existing and premium GB markets. While I appreciate that the SR does not mandate the new tags, it does give the Department the ability to enforce them, and by virtue of agreeing to that power, we are endorsing the introduction and the use of the tags. This SR also extends the timescale for retagging sheep and goats imported from third countries from 14 days to 20 days, and it's worth noting that up until the middle of last year, movements of livestock from GB to NI were captured by this onerous requirement. Indeed, only because there was outcry about the impact on farm-to-fork traceability to the EU and the UK finally agreed to waive the retagging requirements between GB and NI. However, how can we be sure that the agreement won't eventually break down? And if it does, the difference between 14 and 20 days will provide very little benefit in terms of tackling the additional red tape and cost to farms across the UK. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is very much a matter of principle, and I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Robbie Butler, Chair of the ERA Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on this SR. And at our meeting on the 23rd of January, DERA officials briefed us on the SL1, the Animal Identification Record Movements and Enforcement Amendment Regulations, Northern Ireland 2025. We were advised of why the SR were needed, and they were as follows. From 2021, the EU legislation that set out a system for the identification, registration and movement of livestock, otherwise known as IRM, had been supported in domestic law by a number of departmental regulations. This was revoked and replaced by the Animal Health Law, AHL. It's listed in Annex 2 of the Windsor Framework, therefore applies to Northern Ireland. We were advised that the AHL does not make any changes to the livestock identification and traceability regime, nor are there any fundamental changes to processes or procedures for livestock keepers or the Department as a result of this SR. The officials went on to say that as DERA's domestic livestock identification and movement enforcement legislation currently refers to the repealed instruments, it needs to be updated to ensure that it remains operable. We heard that the SR makes technical amendments to 5 separate pieces of domestic livestock movement legislation, and primarily these regulations update references to the repealed EU instruments by replacing them with reference to the equivalent AHL provisions. We heard that the technical changes are required to ensure that the domestic legislation that provides for the enforcement of the EU requirements on IRM refer to the correct pieces of parent legislation. A change also has been made by the SR to update the details of what is considered an approved livestock ID tag to align with the requirements for the new XI prefixes. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the bottom line is that officials did advise us that there is a need to ensure that DERA continues to have a legally enforceable livestock traceability regime, and that there have been some legal uncertainty about the Department's ability to fully apply the relevant enforcement provisions to this date. However, the officials were at pains to note that the legal obligations to correctly and appropriately identify livestock and record their movements has applied to farmers at all times. Yes.
Chairman giving way. I just think, as someone who's not on the committee, but I think for the purposes of clarifying for the House, is he saying that there has been some kind of legal lacunae since 2021? Is that the position? I'm not sure entirely clear from Ms McAlveen's remarks, but I think it would be helpful if he as Chair was able to explain to us what precisely the legal, this legal issue has been for the last 3 years.
I thank the member for that. And I'm sure the Minister will probably give you the absolute Department's position, but there's no doubt that there has been some legal uncertainty in regard to this, and I think that's caused some nervousness within the Department, and that's probably why there's such a need to see this piece of legislation brought through by this. The officials were at pains to note that the legal obligations to correctly and appropriately identify livestock and record their movements has applied to farmers at all times, and I suppose that's the caveat that they gave in regards to this, to try and apply some confidence. And while there has been a legal gap with the enforcement powers, DAERA took the decision not to pursue legal prosecutions for breaches of IRM requirements other than in only the most severe cases, but has continued to take all possible measures short of pursuing legal action in cases where breaches of IRM requirements have been identified. There then followed a question and answer session on the proposed SR, and committee members expressed a range of views and queried the provisions. It was noted that it is only the most severe cases of non-compliance with IRM that would be referred to the PPS for potential prosecution. The committee supported the need for robust farm-to-fork traceability, but there were concerns expressed by some members regarding divergence from the rest of the UK, as the AHL is listed in Annex 2 to the Windsor Framework, and that's why we've got the prayer of annulment. The committee understood that since 2021, DAERA has not been able to take forward any such cases for prosecution, but that this SR will bring back legal certainty. However, there was not a committee consensus of support that the Department proceeded to make the SR, and a vote was then taken. The committee divided ayes 5, noes 0 and abstentions 3. So the majority of the committee present agreed that the Department proceed to make the SR. Then the committee considered the SR at its meeting on the 6th of February 2025 and noted that there has been no change to policy content since the SL1 was submitted. The committee noted that it was briefed on this matter in detail at its meeting on the 23rd of January, and for the record, I ran through a summary of that discussion and the views expressed at that meeting. I then put the question on the SR, and the committee remained divided, but it was in support of the SR. A quorum of 8 members were present, and a vote was taken. The committee divided ayes 4, noes 4. There was no committee majority, so no agreed position was taken on the SR. For completion, at its next meeting, members considered the 31st report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The ESR drew the attention of the Assembly to this SR on the ground that it was led in breach of the 21-day rule. However, the ESR was content that the Department's explanation for the breach was sufficient. In conclusion, on behalf of the committee, there was no committee consensus, and the vote on the SR gave no committee majority, so there was no agreed committee position on the SR. The members of the committee who spoke today, or will speak today, will express their own views on this SR. I'm going to keep my remarks really brief on this one. And this is, I think this SR, the debates within the committee, actually were very good and very measured, because this is a complex issue to debate, because there obviously is animal welfare issues. There are issues relating to the farm-to-fork traceability, which all members would agree need that legal certainty, and that the Department needs to have the powers in regard to it. But unfortunately, this is absolutely wrapped up in regards to the internal market provisions. And for the Ulster Unionist Party, and we'll be supporting the motion that was brought, is that this very much feels like the thin end of the wedge, and people will rightly quantify the amount of legislative variance that pertains within the Windsor Framework as being around 300 pieces. But unfortunately, on issues like this, we need to have our eyes open. We need to be very, very aware of the impact that these changes might have, not in the future, but in the not too distant future, because all markets are very close now. And our internal market remains to be our biggest opportunity, not just for farmers, not just for the agri-sector, but indeed for most of industry in Northern Ireland. And whilst this may not bring instant pain or critique, I do feel, and the Ulster Unionist Party do feel, that it is something that we need to not just be on our toes about, but be very upfront about, that we will not be rubber stamping any aspect of the Windsor Framework and future potential divergence in our internal market. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Declan McAleer.
I rise today to oppose this prayer of annulment against this essential statutory rule, which makes necessary and technical amendments to the North's Livestock Identification Registration and the IRM regulations. These changes aren't about policy shifts, nor introducing new burdens on farmers, but about ensuring the continued operability of our livestock traceability system, something that is critical for public health, trade and the reputation of our agricultural industry. For decades, the North has held a robust farm-to-fork traceability system, ensuring the highest standards of food safety, animal health and disease control. And this is not just a domestic priority, but a vital requirement for maintaining access to key export markets. Without the legally enforceable traceability regime, we risk damaging consumer confidence and jeopardising trade relationships that our farmers and the agri-food sector rely on. The EU Animal Health Law, which came into effect in April 2021, consolidated and replaced various EU laws on livestock IRM. Since the North remains aligned with certain EU agri-food regulations under the Windsor Framework, our domestic laws must reflect these updates. This statutory rule simply amends outdated references in existing legislation, ensuring that our legal framework remains functional and enforceable. Additionally, the introduction of the XI country code for the North's livestock tags is a requirement under AHL to distinguish the North's exports from those of Britain. This transition, which is already underway, provides clarity for both farmers and trading partners and is necessary to comply with our international commitments. However, I do believe that the Department also has questions to answer as to why this SR wasn't brought forward to the committee when the institution was up and running last year, and given that this was so significant. If this prayer of annulment is successful, the consequences will be severe. The Department will lack the legal authority to enforce livestock identification and movement regulations, undermining disease control measures. Public health could be compromised due to weakened traceability of livestock from farm to consumer. Export markets may question the North's compliance with EU requirements, potentially leading to trade barriers and economic harm for our farming sector. The North's reputation as a producer of safe, high-quality agricultural products could suffer lasting damage. This SR is not about imposing unnecessary regulations. It is about maintaining a system that has served us well for years. It ensures compliance, safeguards public health and protects our agri-food sector from unnecessary risks. To oppose this measure would be to undermine the very foundation of our livestock industry's credibility. For these reasons, I urge members to reject this prayer of annulment and support the responsible governance of our agriculture sector.
Thank you, Declan. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise today also as a member of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee and as Alliance spokesperson on these matters to express my strong opposition to the prayer of annulment tabled by the DUP. The motion seeks to challenge vital measures which are necessary for the effective operation concerning the identification, registration and movement of cattle, sheep and goats. The measures that the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs aims to advance align our domestic legislation with the European Union's Animal Health Law, and that has been referred to already. To date, and it's worth pointing out, to date, achieving this has faced challenges due to the inaction of the previous Minister, Brexit, and the collapsed government, of course, but it is now thankfully being pursued by the new ERA Minister. The provisions outlined in the statutory rule facilitate the Department's enforcement capabilities, enabling it to address non-compliance more effectively. This improvement means better livestock identification and movement monitoring, resulting in stronger deterrence against violations. Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee had it made clear to it by departmental officials that these measures were necessary to ensure frameworks were in place and that those frameworks were robust and without gaps to protect the excellent reputation of our agri-food products. Failing to advance these measures severely impacts farm-to-fork traceability, essential for meeting consumer expectations in Northern Ireland and far beyond. It helps farmers remain competitive while ensuring quality and building trust with consumers. Therefore, revoking this statutory rule risks weakening this robust livestock traceability system, jeopardising our agricultural integrity and valuable export opportunities. In addition to traceability and agricultural integrity benefits, advancing these measures has significant implications for food safety itself and job security also within the sector. Reinforcing regulations surrounding livestock identification and movement enhances the sector's ability to respond to potential health crises, reducing the risk of foodborne illnesses that can arise from a lack of transparency. These, Principal Deputy Speaker, are very important matters, and there have been recent reminders. It also not only protects public health but also safeguards the livelihoods of those employed in the agri-food industry. Principal Deputy Speaker, a robust regulatory framework helps consumer confidence, as I have said, but also directly translate into sustained demand for local products, ultimately preserving jobs in farming and related sectors and protecting our local economy. I must also stress that these new regulations do not significantly change Northern Ireland's existing identification and movement processes. Instead, they provide much-needed certainty for the sector and ensure that we remain compliant with legislation that has already been recognised and accepted as necessary. Principal Deputy Speaker, I have to say, the DUP's resistance, the latest resistance, driven, I must add, more by ideology than by actual concerns regarding the proposed measures, sends the wrong message to our farmers and to businesses. We cannot afford ideology to hinder progress in our agri-food sector, progress that the DUP itself has repeatedly and loudly called for in this chamber. So, in conclusion, I urge all members to reflect on the broader implications of their actions today. We must adopt these measures to uphold our reputation for a robust and competitive agricultural sector that produces world-class, high-quality food products, while emphasising traceability and accountability as part of that. By doing so, we will safeguard public health and maintain the high standards that our agriculture sector is renowned for. I am therefore, with colleagues, voting against the prayer of annulment and would urge others to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, John Glemarnish or Patsy McGlone. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. From the SDLP's point of view, of course, we would stand in line with common sense to oppose this prayer of annulment on the identification records, movements and enforcement regulations. To do otherwise would be to support the prayer of annulment would just be crazy. The issues already referred to about enforcement of the requirements, farm traceability, it would remove there isn't any at the moment, but the legal enforceability of the livestock regime, it creates, at present, there's a legal uncertainty. Legal actions, and the officials did outline to us that they were in a position where they couldn't, in those more extreme cases, they couldn't legally enter farms, they couldn't legally conduct enforcement, and they couldn't legally prepare cases for the CPS. That's an awful position to be in, and it really is a situation where we need to have it clarified, we need to have the proper laws and regulations in place to allow for that to be done, in the interest of farm manageability, in the interest of animal welfare, and the interest of sending a message out about what our industry is about, good standards and good consumer confidence. This issue has been lying since 2021 with no applicable legislation. We've had devolution for a year now, and there hasn't been any action from the Department on this clear animal welfare issue and commercial issue for farm businesses for almost a year. The Department has been, in effect, asleep at the wheel. To ensure traceability of our livestock, and an issue as important as this, it was such an embarrassment to the Department that, in fact, the Department asked for the committee to deal with it in secret. To deal with it in secret. However, it's important that we arrive at the key issue to this, and that is the message that we send out about our meat industry, the message that we send out about consumer confidence, and just let's deal with one fact. The value of our food and live animal exports from the north to the rest of the island increased from 1.6 million to 1.6 billion to 1.75 billion in 2023. What message do we want to send out from here today about that export market? And that's solely within our own island. We want to send out a clear message of consumer confidence. Yes, surely, Declan.
Yes, Patsy, thanks for the intervention. The member also agree that in addition to the export to the rest of Ireland, that food is processed island-wide as well, particularly if you look even at the dairy in particular?
Absolutely. And I take the point that food crosses the border daily, up, down, and on a regular basis, and it's important that we send out the message that the food from Ireland is good food, and it has the highest standards, and the markets and the customers that receive it are getting high-quality produce. That's the message we want to send out from this Assembly today, and that's the message that we must send out in rejecting this prayer of annulment.
Patsy, I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today, like my colleague, to oppose the prayer of annulment because it isn't in the best interest of farmers, food producers or our rural communities. The rural community that I represent in North Antrim, or any farmers in Northern Ireland, in my opinion. This is not about sovereignty or ideology. It's about food safety, consumer confidence and ensuring that our agri-sector continues to thrive. I can't help but question why the prayer of annulment has been brought forward and what is the end goal here, because it really is not about strengthening our economy or supporting our communities. It's not about helping farmers in North Antrim or anywhere else in Northern Ireland. I think this is about appealing to a narrow political base rather than acting in the best interests of the people that we are here to serve, and that's negligence. It is pure short-sighted determinism at its worst. They're using farmers as political football, and yet here we are today, some members putting ideology over practical governance, over what is best for our farmers, and how can we expect Northern Ireland to thrive if we continually sabotage our own ability to function. In my constituency, farming is not just an industry, it's a way of life. Generations of families have worked the land, built up their businesses and provided food, not just for local markets, but for the UK, Ireland and well beyond. And they want certainty, not disruption. They want opportunities to grow, not unnecessary trade barriers, and they want to thrive and not just survive. That is what this statutory rule is about, ensuring that Northern Ireland's farmers can continue to trade with confidence, maintain access to markets and uphold, as has been previously mentioned, world-class food safety standards. This does not create new policy. It ensures that our domestic laws remain functional by aligning them with the animal health law regulation. This SR is restoring essential enforcement powers, powers that ensure our farmers can comply with necessary food safety and traceability rules without any uncertainty or risk. One of the key technical changes required by the animal health law, as mentioned, is the use of XI ear tags rather than UK tags. And let me be clear, this is not an attack on our place in the UK. It is about ensuring that Northern Ireland's exports can be distinguished from GB so that we maintain compliance with the EU food safety standards. It's a common sense measure that allows our farmers to continue to trade freely rather than facing unnecessary barriers. This shouldn't be political, it is practical. The Minister is working to help farmers thrive in every market, ensuring that farming communities have the certainty, sustainability and support they need. I think there's been a lot of scaremongering about this issue. There is nothing to fear if we continue to follow the rules that we should already be abiding by. If this SR is annulled, we remove DAERA's ability to enforce livestock identification laws, creating even further uncertainty for farmers. We undermine our own food safety and traceability standards, damaging Northern Ireland's reputation in key markets. We risk additional trade barriers if NI's livestock sector is seen as non-compliant. To strip away these enforcement powers would be reckless. It would be putting ideology over food safety, over jobs and over the future of our farmers. Farming in North Antrim is at the heart of our economy and our way of life. The Minister and I want to support, protect and enhance the opportunities for our farmers around the world. This SR provides certainty. It ensures that our farmers can trade, our food remains safe and our agricultural system and industry remains strong. Ultimately, this is about maintaining farm-to-fork traceability, as others have said. This is the bedrock upon which our agri-food industry is based and how we trade and ensure our consumer confidence. This prayer of annulment isn't leadership, it's political point scoring at the expense of the very people this Assembly is meant to serve. I urge all members to reject this prayer of annulment and stand with our farmers, our food producers and our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise just briefly to make a couple of points because my colleague Patsy McGlone has ably put on record the issues with this frankly absurd prayer of annulment, but I want to make a couple of additional points. We do have here, I'm afraid, a situation where those, the in denial meet the incompetent. We have a situation in which the DUP has brought a prayer of annulment on effectively the continuation of core animal health rules for affecting farms and food producers in Northern Ireland. Let's rewind the tape a little bit to those years, if those of us can bear it, to the years between 2016 and 2020, whenever repeatedly it was asked for people who didn't want Northern Ireland to align to plant and animal health standards what their alternative was and how they could make work our agri-food sector when the two bits of Ireland, the two jurisdictions on this island, were following different plant SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary standards, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and this is in the context where there are cattle on this island that graze in both County Fermanagh and County Cavan. That's a fact. We have farms that straddle the border. It's not that they're next to the border, it's that they're on the border. There are cattle and livestock and sheep that graze and are farmed in both jurisdictions. There is milk that we are serving in the canteen downstairs, which will have been milked on one side of the border and processed on the other side of the border. There is not and has never been any practical way of disaggregating our food production and our agriculture sector on this island. Never, ever. And the DUP and their fellow travellers never offered us any practical solution for that. If they were serious about this stuff, they would be now calling on the British government. They would be using the pressure and the leverage that they have to press for a comprehensive veterinary agreement to deal with these issues. This prayer of annulment is frankly nonsense. It's a distraction, and not only that, it's not serious, because if it was serious, it would be damaging to the agriculture sector. I'd love to hear food businesses come in front here and say actually they want this prayer of annulment to happen. It would jeopardise trust, if it were to happen, in our product. What's been one of the big priorities in terms of food promotion in Northern Ireland for our brilliant beef industry over the last while? Securing the all-island grass-fed beef certification. Am I wrong? Any member of the DUP or anyone else can correct me on that. They want, and the sector wants, all-Ireland grass-fed beef certification. They want our great beef dairy products to be acknowledged for the high-quality, traceable nature of that. I'm happily give way, yeah.
Thank you for raising that, my friend and colleague. In fact, I have to place on record my clear thanks to the Minister, Charlie McConalogue, who was in situ at that time, who worked very, very actively and vigorously, not just with ourselves, but with representatives of the meat industry and farming industry in the north here.
Happy I give way to my colleague, Patsy McGlone, to make that point. That is exactly right, Minister McConalogue, and indeed I would say Minister Muir, I'm sure, agrees with that and would agree with the fact that if you want traceability and confidence in our brilliant produce that comes from this part of the world, lots of it's produced, by the way, on either side of the border, both sides of the border collectively, lots of our milk, most famously, you cannot have a situation in which you simply disapply the rules. It's absurd and it's not serious, and it's about promulgating this particular, frankly, ridiculous version of events that the Irish Sea border, as it's called, is the root of all evil. Of course, the root of all evil, I'm afraid, in terms of all these issues, is Brexit in the first place, and hard Brexit. And if you want to solve these issues, back greater alignment between the UK government and the EU, back a comprehensive veterinary agreement so these differences won't be required. But in the meantime, let's keep confidence in our food product. And I can't believe I'm the one who has to stand up and say this to members, DUP members from agricultural constituencies, that I have to stand up and make these obvious points, back it. But in the meantime, don't do stupid things that would jeopardise confidence and undermine our brilliant food production and the product that our farmers are exporting across the EU. And that's another point. We do have a vast opportunity to export and we are already doing it, and we should be growing our amazing products all over the European continent. How does this help that project, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, all the while the great Donald Trump is thinking about imposing tariffs on produce from outside the US. So that grand plan to replace the European market with Trump's America isn't going anywhere very fast for food producers here. But I did say not just about those in denial, like the DUP, I did talk about the incompetent, and it is clear that we have had this slightly concerning, to put it mildly, situation where there's been a legal anomaly for the past 3 or 4 years from the Minister's Department in terms of all this. That's why the DUP are able to bring this prayer of annulment in the first place. They didn't make it off the ground, to use that expression from this part of the world. They were able to bring it because the Department clearly did not copper bottom the legalities around all of this. I'm glad, at least, that we're having an opportunity to debate this issue on the floor of the Assembly, because there's been a lot of things where we've been debating Mickey Mouse and Daffy Duck stuff in this chamber. At least we're actually debating something where there's been a proper problem. So it's also concerning to hear that there is an attempt to close this off in a committee and to not expose it to the proper sunlight of public scrutiny. I have no difficulty debating these issues, nor does my colleague Patsy McGlone debating these issues properly in open, whether that's in a committee or in Assembly plenary, because that's where we should debate them. That's where you can tackle issues and confront arguments like the absurd ones being brought by the DUP today around this prayer of annulment. But let's be absolutely clear. We shouldn't have been in this legal situation in the first place. There should never be any. The reason we have a protocol and a Windsor framework is in part to give absolute certainty to our brilliant food producers that they can continue to produce food to the highest possible standards. They can continue, for example, to produce and process dairy products on both sides of the border, and they can continue to export it across this continent of 500 million producers. The Department should be doing its job in terms of making sure that we have the legal framework to protect all of that and to give absolute certainty, not just to the European Commission, but to the farmers, food producers and industries that rely on it. So we robustly oppose this prayer of annulment, but are concerned about some of the incompetence that seems to have been revealed in the Minister's department. I hope he can provide some certainty and reassurance for us going forward. But ultimately, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is about backing our farmers, backing our food producers, giving them the legal certainty they need to sell their brilliant products, not engaging in frankly pathetic stunts from the parties opposite, who, as with others who supported Brexit, created all these issues in the first place. Thank you.
Okay, I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the latest ruling by our colonial masters that our livestock can no longer bear UK ear tags but must, because of the protocol, have ear tags with EU designation XI is yet another working of foreign rule in Northern Ireland. The root of the matter here is that Northern Ireland, uniquely within the UK, is subject to the EU animal health regime and laws. I do say gently to those that brought the prayer of annulment, the very fact you have had to do so is a concession that the DUP returned to this Assembly under false pretences. Let me remind the House that in the aftermath of the Donaldson deal, Gavin Rumson wrote an article in the newsletter which carried the headline, DUP set out to remove internal trade barrier in the Irish Sea, and we've achieved exactly that. He later boasted that the sea border would be gone by the autumn of 2024. It is now the 24th of February 2025, and the sea border is still here, and indeed it hardens by the day. Shame on those that lied to the Unionist people, but shame on those too who championed the division of the United Kingdom through the rigorous implementation of the protocol. The protocol continues to inflict unnecessary additional costs on farmers because now Great Britain, which historically we have traded freely with, is treated as a third country. I hear some in this House claim that the protocol is because of Brexit. We've heard it here today by the Leader of the Opposition. The business before us today proves the opposite. Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit. If we did, we would have left with the rest of the UK. But as this prayer of annulment illustrates, the protocol means we remain within the EU single market and customs union, and consequently trade with GB might as well be trade with Argentina. Yes, go on ahead.
Appreciate the member giving way. He said that the protocol or Windsor framework, if you prefer, had nothing to do with Brexit. Just as a matter of fact, would there have been a protocol or a Windsor framework if Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK was still in the EU?
Can I ask the members and member as well who raised the intervention if we could return to the prayer of annulment? I've given people a lot of latitude, so I'm just asking you to do that. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, and just to briefly respond to Mr O'Toole, the reason for the protocol, the reason for the Windsor framework was because Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit. If we had got Brexit, there'd be no protocol and no Windsor framework. But going back to the motion to prayer of annulment in front of us, this SR is about aligning our farming industry closer with the Irish Republic and drive a further wedge between Northern Ireland and the rest of our union. It's no surprise to me that the Nationalist and Republic Alliance are the chief cheerleaders when it comes to this are, and that's what we've seen from the Minister pressing this. Certainly when it comes, I'm glad that the DUP have brought the prayer of annulment. I certainly will be supporting that today, but we have to go back to the origin. We have to go back to look at what is the need for the prayer of annulment. The need for the prayer of annulment is because the protocol and the Windsor framework is still in place. The very things that your now leader said that the DUP get rid of. That's clearly not the case, but I hope with this prayer of annulment, I hope in future debates the DUP will refind its energy and certainly take the fight to the government. Until the protocol, until the Windsor framework is scrapped, Northern Ireland will continue to be held back by our colonial masters. This is only a simple outworking of it, but coming to the farming industry, it's a big issue regarding the tags and sheep and cows. This is a small item, but there's many more to come. The protocol must go, the Windsor framework must go, and it's only then Northern Ireland can move forward.
Okay, I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Andrew Muir, to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. It is very concerning and, to be honest, frankly ludicrous we are considering this prayer of annulment here today. This is perhaps one of the most irresponsible legislative motions tabled in this mandate. Many wax lyrical about their support for the agri-food industry, but nothing could be further from the truth in the case of anyone who speaks and votes in support of this prayer of annulment presented today, put an ideology above people's jobs, livelihoods and our agri-food industry. I will respond to a number of items that have been raised as part of my response today. The Animals Identification, Records, Movement and Enforcement Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2025, which you'll be glad to know I refer to as the regulations going forward, ensure that there are appropriate powers to enforce EU law on livestock identification and traceability. I think it's important to note that farm-to-fork traceability here has been underpinned by European law since the late 1990s, and the regime which these regulations enforce is broadly the same as it always has been. To set the context, EU law sets out a system for identification, registration and movement, otherwise known as IRM, of livestock. This has been the case for a number of years. This is supported in domestic law by departmental legislation which describes how livestock should be identified, the significant life events that need to be reported to the Department to ensure robust farm-to-fork traceability, and also the offences and penalties which apply if these rules are not adhered to. However, EU legislation which previously set out these livestock identification and traceability requirements has been revoked and replaced by new EU legislation known as the Animal Health Law. The Animal Health Law, which was published in March 2016 and has been applied from April 2021, is listed in Annex 2 of the Windsor Framework and automatically applies in Northern Ireland. My predecessor chose not to update domestic law following these changes in April 2021. I, however, have, and I will set out why. It is important to emphasise that animal health law in general does not make any changes to the livestock identification and traceability regime, nor are there any fundamental changes to processes or procedures for livestock keepers or the Department as a result of the regulations. As the Department's domestic livestock identification and movement enforcement legislation referred to the previous repealed EU instruments, it needs to be updated to ensure that it is operable. The regulations are technical in nature. They do not represent a change in policy, but they do ensure that Northern Ireland domestic legislation refers to the correct pieces of EU legislation. The existing domestic livestock identification and traceability legislation enables my department to enforce the agreed European standards for identification, movement and traceability of livestock. Indeed, the key components set out in European law reflect that any robust livestock traceability system should look like the world over. That is, the requirement for farmers to uniquely identify animals, the requirement for farmers to notify the appropriate competent authority of when animals move on and off a farm, the requirement to advise the competent authority where those animals have been moved to, be that to another farm, a market, an abattoir or a destination beyond Northern Ireland. Or, to put it another way, farmers need to provide this information so that we know where the animals are right now, where they've been and where they're going to. In a disease outbreak scenario,
Having solid, accurate details on all movements is absolutely vital, because, as we have seen, diseases of animals do not respect borders. Through these regulations, my department is ensuring that there are enforcement powers to make sure farmers comply with these mandatory reporting requirements, with operational offences and penalties available should they choose not to. Quite simply, if a person wilfully fails to record a livestock movement, that is an offence, and so it should be. I should not need to remind this House of how one suspect movement of cattle or sheep has the capability to wreak havoc on farming, on the health and welfare of animals, and on the economy of Northern Ireland. That is why my department needs the powers provided in these regulations to investigate non-compliance issues. Where contraventions are detected, remedial actions range from issuing of warning letters, the application of movement restrictions and, in the most severe cases, criminal prosecutions. The regulations also update the details of what is considered to be an approved livestock ID tag to align this with the requirements of the new XI prefix tags. Members may be aware that on the 24th of June last year, my department implemented the new prefix of XI and 899, the numerical equivalent on electronic identification devices, which is required to uniquely identify animals from Northern Ireland, and that requirement stems from the Animal Health Law directly. A transition period is in place to allow the application of UK or XI tags at present. However, members may be aware that this transition period will end on the 30th of June of this year. After that date, XI prefix tags must be applied. The legislative change within the regulations therefore ensures that domestic legislation is updated to reflect this change. This will enable enforcement provisions relating to the use of the new XI prefix tags, which would otherwise not be possible without this legislation. For example, where there is failure to attach approved ear tags within existing legal timescales, where someone removes an approved ear tag from an animal without permission, or where approved ear tags are altered or defaced. There are also a number of other minor changes made by these regulations, such as the broadening definitions of animals to include the crossing of species and increasing the timescale for the re-identification of sheep and goats imported from third countries. It is important to emphasise that the regulations do not introduce any new enforcement powers. Therefore, herd and flock keepers will not notice any difference. These regulations allow my department to utilise the same enforcement provisions that have always been applied, but with legal certainty. In terms of the criticism that has been raised within this chamber of the request to hold the item in private session at the committee, it is important I address this issue. I was very conscious of the risk of non-compliance due to the knowledge that lack of legal certainty exists in terms of the powers of enforcement. That has now been rectified. That is why we sought to have this in private session. In terms of why there has been a delay in relation to this, it was not possible for officials to put in place the necessary legislative fix through the introduction of regulations prior to when the former minister ceased to hold office in October 2022. My predecessor decided not to proceed with this. Negotiations between the UK Government and the European Commission, including indications that these may have included potential changes to requirements in animal health law around prefix code for Northern Ireland livestock tags, meant that work on the regulations was further delayed until a position on this was agreed. My department is also progressing legislation to fully implement the identification, registration and movement requirements within animal health law. There had been an expectation this legislation would be ready in autumn 2024, thus negating the need for these regulations. Members, this is the first time Northern Ireland has fully advanced domestic legislation to introduce EU regulations without the complete support of Whitehall. This task has proved more complex than anticipated and resulted in an extended timeline before this legislation to fully implement animal health law IRM requirements will be ready for laying. Given the extended deadline for introducing the full IRM legislation, work resumed at pace on progressing these interim regulations. Before I continue, I want to put it on record my thanks to all the officials in my department who have been working on this. I do not find it appropriate to level any allegations of incompetence in relation to this. These are highly competent and dedicated individuals, and we're spending lots of time, night and day, implementing the Windsor framework and ensuring the safety of our agri-food system. And that's what they're doing, and I want to put on record my thanks to them. I should also, I think it's important to register to this House the consequences if this prayer of annulment passes. Members will agree that these technical regulations are very important. Should they be annulled, my department's existing domestic legislation would refer to repealed EU instruments and would not be operable. We, Northern Ireland plc, would be in the position of not having a legally enforceable livestock traceability regime. Annulling these regulations will not negate European law or its application here. The livestock identification requirements set down in EU animal health law will still apply in Northern Ireland regardless. It is the Department's domestic legislation that will be affected and the ability to enforce these identification and traceability requirements. Whilst I appreciate that most herd livestock owners comply with the law, there is unfortunately a small minority that may not. Enforcement powers which are now in place following the making of these regulations are necessary to ensure that any potential non-compliance can be investigated and action taken as appropriate. This is important to ensure that the legal obligations to correctly and appropriately identify livestock and record their movements, as set out in EU legislation, apply at all times, thereby reducing any potential risks to public health. Other possible risks of not having a functioning livestock traceability enforcement regime could include negative implications for consumer confidence in our meat products, as well as possible trade and reputational damage to the livestock industry here. There would also be potential impacts for our future trading relationships, as a basic element of any agri-food agreement is providing assurance about the origins and the provenance of the product. If we can't demonstrate that we take livestock traceability seriously, why would anyone want to trade with us? In addition, failure to implement these requirements, as with all directly applicable European legislation, could lead to infraction proceedings being pursued by the EU. Members may note that whilst industry was, as far as I understand, completely unaware of the fact that my department was without a fully functioning enforcement regime between April 2021 and when the regulations came in force in January 2025. However, during this period, my department took a proportionate approach by continuing to take all possible measures, short of pursuing legal action, in cases where breaches of livestock identification and movement requirements have been identified. This has included continuing to apply herd restrictions and issuing warning letters where wrongdoing was confirmed. In doing so, this ensured that there was no known reduction in animal health standards, thereby reducing any risks that could have arisen to public health and food safety. However, as I have already stated, prior to the regulations coming into force, industry was largely unaware of the previous gap in the Department's enforcement powers, and therefore the impact was relatively minor, as most enforcement activities continued at risk. Should members vote to annul the regulations today, my department's domestic livestock traceability legislation will become inoperable again. Given the risks that have been raised by my officials providing oral evidence to the ERA Committee in public session, and further highlighted at the debate in this chamber today, the loss of my department's enforcement powers would become widely known. Consequently, there would be a potential increased risk of non-compliance. Even if this was not widespread, some keepers could challenge or potentially ignore any enforcement action that the Department would take to address such wrongdoing. Not only could the Department not pursue prosecutions for the more serious cases of non-compliance, but even routine action for more minor contraventions, which are most normally resolved by movement restrictions and the issuing of warning letters, could be called into question.
The Minister is keen to defend his officials. That's fine. Our job is accountability of officials and ministers, and we should make no apology for that. Just in relation to the past 3 or 4 years of apparent legal looking, have his officials done any looking at potential legal liability created by this legal anomaly that has been created by the past 3 or 4 years? Are there any exposures there?
The The member is asking a very specific question about liabilities. It depends where the liabilities would be borne around this. The main thing is, and I've outlined in my comments here responding to this prayer of annulment, is the industry was largely unaware of this lacuna arising. My predecessor was offered the opportunity to be able to update domestic law back in 2021 and chose not to. But as Minister, I am working through this and many other issues to rectify the situation that we're within, and I think it's important I state that. In conclusion, for years our farmers have benefited from a world-leading system of animal traceability. The notion that DUP would seek to annul an update because it originates from the EU is both bizarre and reckless, playing fast and loose with people's jobs, livelihoods and the future of our agri-food industry. It sadly, however, doesn't surprise me when you take into account that the previous DUP leader said he could live with 40,000 job losses due to Brexit. We all here should be about safeguarding and creating jobs, not wrecking our economy because of some ideological purism. I therefore urge members to vote against this prayer of annulment and ensure my department continues to retain the necessary livestock identification and traceability enforcement powers. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Tom Buchanan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Just a few comments on the winding up on the prayer of annulment today. The Animal Identification Records Movement and Enforcement Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 is nothing short of a devious move to implement further EU law into Northern Ireland. And therefore it's no surprise around the House today that we have the Alliance Party and others supporting these regulations here today. By implementing these changes to EU animal health law, we are actually driving a clear distinction both in law and practice between Northern Ireland and the rest of Great Britain. While questioning officials in committee on these regulations, they were clear in the response that they do not apply to the rest of GB. And I asked the Minister and others, why not? Why apply these to Northern Ireland and they're not being applied to the rest of GB? So by supporting these regulations, we are in fact driving in the wedge further, separating Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom. And is that what the people in this House really want? We will not therefore accept the undermining of the United Kingdom internal market in this particular way. And as my colleague Michelle McIlveen said when she was moving the motion, the bottom line is that there should be no circumstances in which exports into the EU from Northern Ireland are distinguished from those entering the EU from other parts of the United Kingdom. And while it is for others in this House, if they want to implement EU law which we have no say or control over, that is a matter for them. But I want to make it clear today, we in the Democratic Unionist Party will not be implementing EU law that we have no control over or that we have no say over and are expected to implement it. And the Alliance Party talks about being on the side of the farmer. When will the Alliance Party waken up to the fact that they are not on the side of the farmer? Far from it. And all they have to do is go out into the communities, go out into the rural communities, and they will see that far from the farmers supporting them, that the farmers are totally against the way in which they are driving the agriculture policy forward. Therefore, I urge the House to support our prayer of annulment today against these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So the question is that the Animals Identification Records Movement and Enforcement Amended Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 SR 2025-11 be annulled. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Will you resume your seats? Thank you. So the question is that the regulations in the order be annulled. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. Do we have tellers?
Yes.
Okay. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Tom Buchanan and William Irwin. Tellers for the noes are Nick Matheson and Andrew McMurray. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, could you please resume your seats? Clerk, could you please read the result?
81 members voted, 34 members voted aye, 47 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negatived. Point of order.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 69.5 states, I think, fairly clearly that when a member has a financial interest in any matter or a relevant interest in that matter, that they must declare an interest before taking part in any proceedings of the Assembly in respect of that matter. Can I ask, Principal Deputy Speaker, that you make a ruling as to whether or not that is being adhered to in the general run of business here, and in particular in relation to the last debate, and also if members are declaring interest on every occasion that they should, and in a way that is in keeping with their own register of interests?
We're all intrigued, John, as who should have declared an interest and who should not have. But as you will know, as Deputy Speaker, I can't make a ruling on that. I'm going to bring it back to the Speaker's office. And I think standing orders are fairly clear but members raised a point and the Speaker will certainly rule on that. Okay, members, I was hoping to try and start the next item of business. Maybe just take your ease a wee minute and we'll change the top table. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Delivering a new deal for private renters in Northern Ireland. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses concern at the unaffordable rents, lack of long-term security and inadequate protections for tenants in Northern Ireland's private rented sector. Recognises that many private renters face a constant struggle to keep a roof over their heads, afford daily essentials or access the basic repairs necessary to make their homes habitable and safe, and calls on the Minister for Communities to deliver a new deal for private renters, including a considered system of third-generation rent controls, a ban on no-fault evictions, legislation to make open-ended tenancies the norm for private tenants, creation of a statutory housing ombudsman, measures to boost the supply of affordable rental properties, and a review of minimum fitness standards and enforcement in the private rented sector.
So moved.
Agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for this debate. Kelly, can you please open the debate on the motion, and I shall give you ample time afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to address a pressing issue affecting over 300,000 individuals in Northern Ireland who rely on the private rented sector for their housing needs. This motion highlights the critical challenges of unaffordable rents, insufficient long-term security and inadequate tenant protections that many of our constituents face daily. The affordability crisis in our private rental market is stark. In the final quarter of 2024, an average monthly rents consumed approximately 35% of the average income, escalating to an alarming 50% for our lowest earners. This surge in rental costs, a 9% increase from the previous year, far outpaces the 4% growth in average wages during the same period. Such disparities force families into difficult decisions, often sacrificing essential needs, food and heating to keep a roof over their heads. This imbalance is exacerbated by a significant undersupply of rental properties. Estate agents report an average of 46 inquiries for every available rental unit, a clear indicator of the demand-supply mismatch. Contributing factors include delays in private house building, inadequate funding for new homes, planning system bottlenecks and insufficient water infrastructure capacity. Moreover, with over 48,000 individuals on the social housing waiting list, many low-income families are compelled to seek housing in the private sector, often at higher costs and with fewer protections. Insecurity, inherent in short-term tenancies, leaves many renters in a perpetual state of uncertainty. The looming threat of eviction or unexpected rent hikes can disrupt lives, affecting employment, education and community ties. The Private Tenancies Act Northern Ireland 2022 introduced measures such as restricting rent increases to once every 12 months, However, without comprehensive regulations to enforce these provisions, tenants remain vulnerable to abrupt changes that can lead to displacement and financial hardship. While the Private Tenancies Act aimed to enhance tenant protections, its implementation has been piecemeal. Sections addressing critical issues like smoke, heat and carbon monoxide alarms are scheduled to come into force by the end of last year, leaving tenants without these essential safeguards in the interim. The intention of this House was to ensure that renters would be provided with fair notice at the end of a tenancy. This too has not been delivered. Furthermore, the absence of a statutory housing ombudsman means tenants lack a dedicated avenue to resolve disputes efficiently and fairly. To address these challenges, Alliance recently published a comprehensive new deal for private renters, encompassing the following key measures: third-generation rent controls that would implement a considered system of rent regulation to prevent unstable rent hikes, ensuring affordability for tenants while providing fair returns for landlords. To explain, there are 3 generations of control as outlined in the Chartered Institute of Housing's report confirming Professor Richard Arnott's typology of rent control. First-generation rent regulation measures seek to impose a control on existing rent levels. They are typically called hard rent controls or rent freezes. Second-generation regulation governs rent increases within tenancies. An example is setting the very first rent at market levels with subsequent increases and rents for new tenancies being controlled. And third-generation measures, which I'm proposing, refer to restricting the increase of rent within the tenancy, for example, restricting the amount or frequency of increases for a current tenant. Alliance proposes that a third-generation rent regulation could provide both renters and landlords with a fair solution. Mr Deputy Speaker, the next is a ban on no-fault evictions. Legislate to prohibit evictions without a valid reason, providing tenants with greater security and stability in their homes. The third one then is open-ended tenancies. Establish open-ended tenancies as the standard, moving away from fixed-term contracts that often disadvantage tenants. The fourth measure then would be a statutory housing ombudsman, creating an independent body to oversee disputes between tenants and landlords, ensuring accountability and access to justice. And then increase in affordable rental supply, utilising existing housing stock more effectively and incentivise the development of new affordable rental properties to alleviate the supply shortage. This would include reducing short-term holiday lets and making greater use of empty homes. Also then, finally, to review and enforce minimum fitness standards by conducting a thorough review of the current housing standards and strengthen enforcement mechanisms to ensure all rental properties are safe and habitable, including statutory timeframes for landlords to investigate and carry out repairs. These proposals are not merely aspirational, but are grounded in the urgent needs of our constituents. By implementing this new deal, we can create a private rented sector that offers affordable, secure and high-quality housing for all. In conclusion, the challenges within our private rental sector are multifaceted and deeply entrenched. However, with decisive action and comprehensive reforms, we can transform this sector into one that serves the best interests of tenants and landlords, not one where a tenant has to choose between a roof over their head or dinner on their table. While this is another non-binding motion, I urge my fellow Assembly members to support this proposal and commit to delivering a new deal for private renters in Northern Ireland. It will send a strong and clear message to the Minister for Communities and to the Executive that this House wants better for our private renters. We have housing included in the programme for government. It's now time for action, not words. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much indeed, Kelly, for finishing just before 1400. Thank you. As question time begins at 1400, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Jerry Carroll to move amendment number 1. Thank you.
We now move to questions to the Minister for Economy, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1, Minister.
Decarbonisation is one of my 4 key objectives. Transitioning to net zero is the right thing to do, and it also offers economic opportunities. In order to grasp these opportunities, it is vital to equip the workforce with the necessary skills. My department has been working in collaboration with the Green Skills Delivery Group to develop an action plan to address the needs of the energy sector as well as wider green industries. This is a comprehensive framework to guide government, employers, trade unions, education providers and individuals on what is needed to deliver the skills for the future and to meet net zero targets. The plan will be launched in coming weeks. A subgroup of this delivery group, with representatives from business, academia and across government, will continue to advise us on changing green skills needs. Delivery has already commenced in some areas, with 3 courses through the Skill Up programme, including hydrogen energy systems, installation and commissioning of electrical energy storage systems, passive house and retrofitting. Additionally, our universities and colleges offer a range of courses in energy, environment and sustainability, as well as net zero engineering. By working together, we can meet the challenge of the evolving and complex skills demands of the energy and wider green sectors.
Mr McCrossan. Thank you, Minister. The budget for 25-26 could result in the ending of the Skills Fund. What steps are you taking to protect its funding? Minister.
So, as the member will be aware, all departments' budgets are constrained. The Executive's budget is constrained, and collectively we continue to make the case to the British Government to be properly funded. As a department, we are still working through our budget plans for 25-26, and we will be prioritising key areas within the department, skills being one of them.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer.
Can the Minister outline what the Green Skills Action Plan will deliver and when will it be available?
Minister.
Based on research and stakeholder consultation, the Action Plan has identified 4 priority key areas of action to address the current and future green skills needs. These are reviewing the skills ecosystem, a partnership approach to ensure a skills system that is responsive to changing needs, promoting awareness of careers and opportunities in green jobs, green skills and transversal skills, and developing a skilled workforce. The aim of the plan is to help create an effective skills ecosystem that will be responsive to the changing needs of our green industries and build partnerships and networks that will collaborate and meet our skills challenges, as well as building career pathways and promoting opportunities in green sectors, and crucially will upskill the current workforce and develop a pipeline of suitably trained people for the future. A subgroup will be established for each priority action area that was mentioned to oversee the implementation of those actions, and we are currently trying to identify a suitable date to launch the action plan, and I hope that will be in coming weeks.
David Honeyford.
Speaker, thank the Minister for answers. To give our skilled workforce opportunity for employment, we need growth in the industry and the wider industry. With our grid not capable of taking by 40% of renewable energy and that been dumped at sea, as the Minister, can you outline any expansion or investment into our electricity grid to allow those jobs to come through?
Sir.
And I thank the member for his question, and as the member will be aware, low carbon and green industries is one of our priority sectors, and we are working with industry to develop an action plan for the sector, which, as you mentioned, includes skills, but it also looks at the wider issues, and we are aware, for example, of the report published by Cornwall Institutes about some of the capacity issues that you have referred to. Department officials are obviously engaged in that, and we will be working collaboratively with industry to address some of those challenges. The member will also be aware that the consultation is out in relation to the grid connection charges and the socialisation of those. One of the actions that we are trying to take as a department to address some of those constraint issues, because it is going to require investment in the grid to take on the additional renewable capacity that not only meets our targets but will essentially deliver on our low carbon future.
Cara Hunter.
Please, Minister.
Minister.
With the Speaker's permission, I would like to group questions 2 and 6 together. On the 23rd of May, the Executive agreed a package of measures and allocated an additional £25 million to the Minister of Education to enhance early learning and childcare support in 2024-25. Amongst other things, the package included a commitment to provide targeted support to childcare providers in significant financial difficulty and in areas where demand for childcare exceeds supply. On the 22nd of July 2024, Minister Given wrote to both the Health Minister and my predecessor, Minister Murphy, asking for help with his department's scheme. Minister Murphy agreed to assist the Education Minister with this important work, as childcare is rightly a priority for the whole Executive. Due to our business expertise, my department volunteered to progress a research proposal, and the Department of Education transferred £153,000 to my department to fund this research. On the 30th of August, a DFE-led working group was established to better understand the sector's needs. The group commissioned innovation and consultancy services to carry out market research to determine the key issues impacting the financial sustainability of providers within the sector. This research will help inform what any specific sectoral support should take. The steering group met with Innovation and Consultancy Services on Thursday, the 6th of February, and the research, which is progressing at pace, is on track to be completed by the end of March. Consultations have taken place with a cross-section of stakeholder organisations and representative organisations within the childcare and wider sectors. More detailed consultations with individual childcare providers and parents are taking place at present. The resultant evidence base will allow my department to make recommendations to the Minister of Education on the nature of assistance required by childcare providers.
Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, while this research is very welcome, it sounds like a long work in progress. Right now in Northern Ireland, parents are forced to leave employment because they cannot afford childcare. We've seen Melted Parents NI today share helplines about mental health and being in debt to support parents. In the meantime, Minister, until this research is completed, what immediate action are you taking right now to support childcare providers while this research is ongoing?
Minister.
As I mentioned in my opening answer, childcare is rightly a priority for the whole Executive. It's one of the priorities in the draft programme for government, because collectively we all recognise the huge challenges both to parents in struggling with access to affordable childcare, but also to childcare providers in terms of their challenges that they face in terms of the cost of doing business. So this research is really important in terms of informing exactly what types of interventions are necessary to support childcare providers and the most appropriate support and being the best value for money interventions that can be put in place. The Department is also taking forward other actions in relation to, for example, skills to support childcare providers and ensure there is that pipeline of people coming through, because we know that is also a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, childcare is critical infrastructure to our economy here in Northern Ireland, and the sector is on its knees. We're seeing reports right across the board of them having to increase their fees, passing on to parents and effectively putting people out of work, but also the sector themselves are saying there's a number of providers that are facing closure in the weeks and months ahead. This would be catastrophic for our economy here. Minister, what are you doing to try to safeguard this sector and therefore safeguard our economy here in Northern Ireland by helping people get out to work and stay on their jobs?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question, and I agree with an awful lot of what she has said. I think childcare is critical infrastructure, is critical economic infrastructure in terms of addressing challenges in relation to gender equality. It's also crucial for child development, so it is really important that we get this right, and rightly it's a priority for the Minister of Education as well as for myself, and as I have mentioned, it is a priority for the Executive as a whole, reflected in the programme for government. It is important that we get it right, and that's why the research is being undertaken to ensure that we do get the correct support to the sector. But the member also referred to challenges in the coming weeks, and we know that, for example, the impact of the increases in employers' national insurance contributions is going to hit all businesses, but many of our childcare providers who already have small margins will also be hit. So that's why when I was Minister of Finance, I commissioned research on the cost of doing business, and both of these pieces of research are due to report in March, so we will have a good evidence base in terms of what comes next in terms of interventions.
Cathy Mason.
And I thank the Minister for that information on the important research her department is doing to support the Education Department. Minister, you did reference other actions there. What else is the Department for Economy doing to assist the Department of Education when it comes to childcare specifically?
Minister.
And as I have mentioned to other members, childcare is a priority across the Executive, and I wholeheartedly welcome the positive steps that are being taken by the Education Minister and others in relation to the positive steps that we have seen towards supporting child development and improving the affordability for families and supporting parents to work. The economic vision that we have sets out the need for investment in affordable childcare and fair pay for childcare providers. My skills agenda is looking at how we can best create a larger pool of qualified workers in the childcare sector, and I have ring-fenced £740,000 in the Skills Fund to support pathways into the childcare sector, which will help support the supply of workers to this critically important sector. Through working collaboratively, we have already developed childcare micro-courses through our 6 further educational colleges and a pilot Assured Skills Academy in early learning and childcare. The Gender Employment Gap research, which I commissioned, has already been made available to the market research work on targeted business support for childcare providers, and my officials, along with InvestNI, continue to work closely with the Department of Education, including representation on a range of related cross-departmental groups. I am fully committed to working with the Minister of Education and other executive colleagues to implement the early learning and childcare strategy.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think people will be really concerned that £1.8 million has been returned that was earmarked for childcare, given just how vital that sector is. And given that the childcare is an executive priority, did your department seek assurances from the Education Department that that money that was ring-fenced for childcare would still be used to deliver on childcare pressures in Northern Ireland?
As the member has heard me say repeatedly to other members, childcare is a priority for the Executive, and this financial year 24-25 we were able to ring-fence that £25 million, and the Minister for Education did bring forward a series of proposals which were supported by the Executive, and as I have already outlined, actions undertaken by my own department. In the incoming financial year for 25-26, the draft budget sets aside £50 million for childcare. So again, we will be building on the work that has been done in this year and hopefully be in a position to support more parents and more childcare providers going forward. And we will collectively be looking at those proposals as they come to us, and the research that is being undertaken by my department will help to inform those proposals.
Let hold question number 3, please.
Decarbonising the economy is one of my 4 departmental priorities. The Energy Efficiency Capital Grant helps businesses reduce their energy demand and build resilience through green efficiency. The grant is part of a wider suite of support delivered by InvestNI across the wider energy and resource efficiency programme. It is designed to be a 5-year grant programme valued at £40 million. Grant support is offered to eligible businesses to buy and install renewable technologies and energy-efficient equipment aimed at reducing energy costs and carbon emissions. Since the Energy Efficiency Capital Grant opened in April 2024, it has received over 1,300 inquiries, indicating an exceptionally high level of interest. Inquiries are being addressed in chronological order and are at various stages through the process. The scheme is delivering on regional balance, with over 70% of inquiries to date coming from outside the Belfast metropolitan area. My officials have been working closely with InvestNI since the scheme launch and have adopted a process of continued review through this initial pilot phase to ensure scheme delivery aligns with policy objectives on energy efficiency. The scheme demonstrates that businesses across multiple sectors and right across the north have an appetite to invest in becoming more sustainable. It is encouraging to see high interest from manufacturing sectors as well as the retail and hospitality sectors, who are increasingly moving to become more sustainable. As a result, the programme is showing early success in delivering across departmental priorities, including decarbonisation, regional balance and supporting growth in the investment in the green economy.
Mr. Boylan. Could I thank the Minister for answers so far, but could I ask the Minister what types of businesses and technologies are attracting most investment through this scheme?
Scheme delivery has been ongoing now for 9 months, and we are beginning to see some trends in the data. For instance, solar PV is the most popular technology that businesses wish to deploy. The inquiries are coming from a mix of businesses, with the majority coming from manufacturing industries and the retail and hospitality sectors. The scheme is delivering, as I said, across the region, with over 70% of investment likely to be directed outside of the Belfast area, with most of the funding being delivered to SMEs.
Minister, energy efficiency is indeed hugely important, and it's one of your, along with other types of decarbonisation, one of your 4 priorities. In your department's business plan, however, when next to baseline, i.e. how you would measure progress, there's a whole range of measures for other policy interventions, but for energy efficiency, the baseline is TBC. That's more than 6 months ago. Can you confirm what the baseline is in terms of measuring progress on energy efficiency?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to write to the member.
Thank the Minister for the information provided on the Energy Efficiency Capital Grant Scheme. Could I ask, though, if the Minister could outline how this will be budgeted for in the 25 to 26 financial year?
So, as I mentioned, the scheme has a budget of £40 million over, I think it's 5 years. Yes, 5-year grant programme valued at £40 million. So we will be, obviously based on applications being processed. So, as I said, we have 1,300 inquiries, which is an exceptionally high level of interest, and those are at various stages through the process. So we will be aligning the budgets to the demand as it goes forward.
Minister advise what steps her department has taken to scale up energy efficiency support for domestic households?
And I thank the member for his question. The department recently conducted a consultation or call for evidence in relation to energy support or energy efficiency support. So we will be looking at the analysis of that and bringing forward proposals in the near future.
Move on to Guy Middleton.
Mr. Speaker.
Artificial intelligence is one of the most significant technological developments in recent times. It will bring about significant change in the economy and the workforce, and it offers potential to contribute to my economic vision, most obviously in relation to productivity and good jobs. Last Monday, I met Napier AI, who are creating over 100 jobs in this field. They emphasised our skills base and our close connections with further and higher education institutions as a key reason for locating their investment here. It is important that we continue to provide that skills pipeline, and we are currently implementing our digital skills and our software and cyber sectoral action plans, and have a range of provision across the department to ensure that the required skills are available. These include the Artificial Intelligence Collaboration Centre, funded by my department, and Invest NI, which is a 5-year £16.3 million initiative delivered by Ulster and Queen's Universities. It promotes AI awareness and adoption amongst businesses and offers hands-on support and skills development opportunities for SMEs. There are higher-level apprenticeship programmes, including IT-related qualifications from Level 5 through to Level 7, which contain modules on AI. Specifically, there is a HLA Master's degree which combines AI and computer science, delivered by Ulster University. The Skill Up programme, part of my Skills Fund, is supporting the delivery of AI courses through our colleges and universities, and those courses range from Level 3 through to Level 7, with funding allocated for 95 participant places. This is a fast-developing technology, and so it will be important to keep pace with the demand for skills.
Mr. Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her comprehensive answer. Minister, how will the Department ensure that access to AI-related skills training is inclusive, particularly for those from disadvantaged backgrounds, or indeed those who are currently employed in sectors at risk of automation?
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question. And I think that it is important that we continue to upskill both individuals and businesses alike. And a priority for us across the skills landscape is inclusivity and ensuring that people from a broad range of backgrounds are able to access skills and training courses, and particularly those from underrepresented groups. So, for example, women in certain areas, people with disabilities, people from less well-off backgrounds, and those who face additional barriers to education and training. That is a key focus for my department and something that I personally put a priority on. And likewise, the AICC is working with businesses to support them in terms of adopting digital technologies through a wide range of initiatives.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers. I've tabled a number of questions on AI to you already. I'm very interested in this subject. A number of the other departments are doing pieces of work around artificial intelligence as well. And I was curious what the Minister's assessment is of the Executive's ability to deal with, harness the potential, but also mitigate against the risks in a way that is still flexible to deal with technological advancements. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her interest in AI, because it's helping inform me too through the written questions. And I think that it is something that has huge potential, clearly, but also that comes with challenges and that people have some concerns about. So it is important that we address both of those. As an executive, when I was in my previous role, and I was responsible for the Public Sector Transformation Board, one of the things that became clear was there was significant interest in digital projects for transformation, and so the Executive agreed to conduct a digital landscape review to take a kind of wider look at what the needs of the Executive are. I'm also aware that there are a number of proof of concepts being undertaken by different departments in relation to this specific area, and I think that's going to be really important in informing how we can best utilise AI and grasp the opportunities of it.
Minister, how is AI being incorporated into the work of your own department?
Minister.
So my department has delivered an AI proof of concept to explore economic data and policy documents and to assist with research. Officials are actively exploring opportunities for the use of AI, and as I mentioned to Kate Nicholl, I'm aware that there are a number of proof of concept projects that are being taken forward by other departments and also in other administrations. These are at various stages of development, and officials are working with colleagues to learn from that work and explore how the department can deploy relevant solutions in a controlled and measured way that adds value and that harnesses that potential.
Colin Crawford.
The Minister for her answers. Minister, can I ask, what engagement has your department had with the UK Government on the ethical and regulatory framework for safeguarding AI? Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, the Artificial Intelligence Collaboration Centre is an initiative being supported by my department and Invest NI, which promotes awareness and adoption of AI amongst businesses and does offer that support and skills development opportunities, and it is engaging with a wide range of stakeholders. I'm happy to write to the member with more detailed information in relation to our engagement with the British Government on this particular issue.
Justin McDonald.
With Karen Coyle, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, what specific actions are you taking to ensure that the North can capitalise on the potential of artificial intelligence and will be protected from any threats? And would you support the creation of a region-specific AI action plan to this effect?
And I thank the member for his question. And as I outlined in my opening answer, there is a range of work that is being undertaken to further explore the potential and to harness that potential of AI and to ensure that we do have the skills pipeline to come through to support it, and also that we are supporting businesses in relation to the adoption of AI. Cyber is one of the department's priority sectors, and we have already developed an action plan for the sector, and we continue to engaged with industry and academia in relation to this issue to make sure that we are maximising the opportunities from it.
Neil McAllister.
Please.
Since the launch of the Sub-Regional Economic Plan in October 2024, positive progress has been made. Within DFE, reforms include a dedicated regional balance unit, which has been set up within a new social and regional economy division, bringing together complementary work streams, including the Social Enterprise Action Plan and entrepreneurship. All councils have a DFE strategic advisor and Invest NI regional manager assigned to provide support in establishing the local economic partnerships. The first of these partnerships have already met and the rest plan to do so imminently. The partnerships will identify local priorities and executive departments will be asked to help deliver on these priorities. In addition, in order to help pump prime projects, partnerships will have access to a £45 million fund over the next 3 years. Projects will be in line with my departmental priorities. A project board, including council officials, has been established to work through fund design and governance. The funding allocation for each area was announced in January. Invest NI has implemented a new regional approach. Promoting people and places is one of the 6 strategic priorities in Invest NI's 24 to 27 business strategy, and this includes the new target of 65% of investment to businesses outside the Belfast metropolitan area by 26-27. Other initiatives, such as the McGee Expansion Task Force, are also progressing well. A recent focus has been on acquiring the land necessary to facilitate the significant expansion in student numbers that we are committed to delivering.
Ms McAllister.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and I do note that the Minister did say about local councils working together with the Department, and you mentioned the 65% outside of Belfast. But I wanted to ask the Minister, given that the area that I represent in North Belfast and indeed West Belfast suffer the worst economic and health outcomes in the entirety of Northern Ireland, and for whom economic opportunity is so vital, how will the Minister ensure that regional rebalancing will serve those people?
And I thank the member for her question, and I think she makes an important point. And the local economic partnerships are about empowering the local areas to address the specific needs and to align those with the departmental priorities. So there will, of course, be opportunities for all councils and all areas within councils to do that, and I know that specifically every MLA and every local councillor will be making the case for their own area within those, and I think that's a healthy thing to do, and I think it's a really positive initiative that we do have the partnerships being established and that there will be that ability to shape the priorities, economic priorities for the local area, but it is something that we will be reviewing as well as those roll out.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, you've already touched on McGee, but can you provide an update on the McGee planning, given that it is so vital to regional balance?
So, as the member will know, the task force published its final report and action plan on the 16th of December. The report provides a comprehensive and costed plan to deliver 10,000 students for McGee and highlights the significant milestones already achieved in the early stages of the expansion, which includes identification of 16 capital projects, acquisitions of key pieces of land, an additional 500 student places in the academic year 24-25, and tuition fee loan access for graduate entry medical school students from 25-26, which I know the member had made the case for. Work has also begun on marketing and other enabling projects to support the delivery of additional students, and the final report also recommends an investment of £291 million of capital funding to deliver the facilities for 10,000 students by 2032.
Minister, what is your assessment of the Executive's performance as a whole in relation to improving regional balance since last February? And are you confident that enough measures are being taken right across government to achieve and deliver this goal?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. And I know that that this is an issue that she is very passionate about, and I share that with her. And I think as an executive we do have a focus on regional balance. I think that has come through across a number of departments and key decisions that have been taken. I think the work that has been taken forward under the City and Growth deals, for example, is really positive and will see real change in coming years. But it will continue to take all of us who are passionate about it to continue to ensure that the delivery is being made on actually addressing the historic regional imbalances that have been faced, particularly in the West and South West and North West.
Moving on to topicals, Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, do you accept that the energy section within your department is not adequately resourced and is ill-equipped to deliver net zero?
I don't agree with the member's assessment. I think that energy is clearly a priority for my department and for me as Minister. It's one of the 4 key objectives of my economic mission is decarbonisation, and therefore we are putting a significant focus on it from a departmental perspective, both in terms of ensuring that there is budgetary cover, but also the resources that are there.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, the Economic Committee recently received evidence from Transmission Investment which informed us that failure to produce proper policy on interconnection is placing the delivery of Lair Interconnector at risk. Minister, this is a multi-million-pound investment which will lower electricity prices, provide additional energy security and support decarbonisation. What is your department doing to support these investments, and will you concede that your department has not acted quick enough to help facilitate this drive to net zero?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. And the department, clearly we recognise the challenges that there are in delivering on our energy targets, and we have taken significant action already. The energy strategy that the member will be aware of, that was published in the last mandate, and the action plans that have been delivered since then. And it is a key priority, as I said, in terms of my economic mission, and we need to ensure that we are taking the appropriate steps. In relation to the specific issue around interconnection, again, I recognise the issues that there are there, and that the department has, as the member is probably aware, commissioned research into both energy storage policy and interconnection, which we are due to receive in April, which will help inform our way forward from a policy perspective.
Can the
Minister provide an update on the Good Jobs agenda?
I thank the member for his question. My department's consultation on good jobs employment rights prompted a range of stakeholders to present a significant number of complex and considered responses, which have been very useful and which continue to be carefully considered by my department. This analysis work is nearing completion and will help inform decisions about how we best update our employment law framework. On the 15th of January, my officials provided the Assembly Economy Committee with an interim update on analysis of responses, and my department will continue to work with the committee, ensuring members are engaged and informed of key developments. Since my predecessor set out an economic vision for the North, my department and its delivery partners have taken forward a wide range of initiatives to help create more good jobs. The Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill public consultation focused, as the member will be aware, on 4 aspects of a good job: terms of employment, pay and benefits, voice and representation, and work-life balance. And obviously there is an awful lot that will fall into each of those areas. Detailed analysis is almost complete, and this analysis, along with other policy considerations, will inform my decisions about the way forward, and I plan to bring bill proposals to the Executive for agreement in coming months. A Good Work Charter consultation will also be launched in coming months, and I look forward to working alongside the Labour Relations Agency, business and trade union leaders in co-designing a charter that will support businesses here to maintain and create good jobs for all. We want to stimulate high value-added growth by promoting industries and sectors with the potential to create high-quality jobs with good pay, conditions, security and opportunities. So last year we published the action plans for the 7 high-potential industrial sectors, a sub-regional economic plan and a social enterprise action plan.
Mr McAleer.
Good. I thank the Minister for her response. Would the Minister have any update on the work of Advice NI and promoting the living wage?
Sure.
And I thank the member for his supplementary. Advice NI began its work, supported by my department, as the new accreditation partner here for the Living Wage Foundation in June 2024. My department is providing funding to Advice NI of £125,000 per annum. Advice NI have confirmed that a number of accreditations for businesses as living wage employers are continuing to rise, with 51 new organisations accrediting since the start of the project and 19 during the period of October to December alone. Up to the end of December, the total number of living wage employer accreditations here stands at 127. The Living Wage Foundation's new accreditation partner for the North, Living Wage NI, was launched in June 2024, and it was established by Advice NI, supported by Department for Economy. And the department holds quarterly progress meetings with Advice NI, who confirmed in the last progress meeting that the number of accreditations, as I have outlined to the member, continues to rise.
Dr. Reagan.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I thank the Minister for her comments so far. And I noticed when she was answering the question to Ms McLaughlin about the priorities of energy. Could the Minister point out to us, because it is obviously such a priority of the Economy Department, what are the implications both for us getting to net zero and also the additional costs for the fact that the North-South Interconnector has been delayed further to 2035 at the least?
And I thank the member for his question. And my department, as he will know, is working with Sony and NIE Networks on the delivery of the North-South Interconnector north of the border. And it will be a really important project in terms of increasing that electricity flow between both jurisdictions and improving the operation of the wholesale island electricity market. Sony did recently advise, as the member is clearly referring to, of a delay in the construction of the North-South Interconnector following the assessment of the remaining programme of works in the south. So the department is continuing to engage with the utility regulator, with Sony, NIE Networks and the Department of Environment, Climate and Communication in the south on the progress of the delivery of this project. Clearly it is a priority for us.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much, Minister, for your reply. The Minister will be aware that there is somewhere in the region of £100 million of extra costs are anticipated by the fact there is no North-South interconnection, which is reported in Dáil Éireann. Therefore, could the Minister report back to this Assembly what the likely additional costs are to Northern Ireland, particularly Northern Ireland business? Because, as she is aware at the moment, the ISEM is a virtual market. There is no actual physical connectivity, and these are costs that are being applied on our manufacturing sector and across our domestic sector considerably.
Sure.
And as I have outlined to the member, the delivery of the North-South Interconnector is clearly important in terms of our energy and particularly the flow of electricity across the island. And I will be getting further briefing from officials in relation to the issues that have been raised.
Samuel Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Another AI question. I'm afraid it's just really to ask what engagement you've had with the creative sector, I suppose to understand the challenge that AI has the potential to have on the sector.
And I thank the member for her question. And I suppose AI has an interface with many sectors. I know that it does pose some challenges to the creative sector, and I know that there is some legislation coming forward in Britain which is concerning to the sector, so it's something I haven't had the opportunity yet to engage with the creative sector on, but that I'm more than happy to do so.
Ms Mulholland.
It's a perfect follow-on, I suppose, to my question. It was about that UK Government consultation on copyright law, and would you commit to potentially engaging with the creative sector, I suppose, to understand what their worries are around that, but also to ensure they can meaningfully exercise their own copyright and exclusivity rights?
Sure.
And I thank the member for her follow-up question, and it's something I have been engaged by creatives about, and I know there is significant concern about what the potential implications are, so I am happy to engage with the sector to try to understand those challenges and any influence that we are able to bring in respect of that. And it goes back to the point about there is huge potential with AI, but it also does come with challenges, and we need to understand both.
Andy Allen's not in his place. I call David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer so far. East Belfast, like many areas of Northern Ireland, has seen a proliferation of Airbnb-style short-term lets that significantly negatively impact upon the availability of family housing. Will your department make the Tourism NI review of short-term lets a priority, and do you intend to bring forward any legislation to help halt this decimation of local communities?
And I thank the member for his question, and it's something I know that was raised with the Communities Minister at a recent meeting in Causeway Coast and Glens Council as well. And when the Minister brought forward the housing supply strategy before Christmas, he had asked officials across departments to work on particular issues, this being one of them, and my officials are engaged and happy to do so.
All for it. Right, apologies, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, will she, perhaps through Tourism NI, be looking at the best international examples of regulation? I'm thinking particularly of Amsterdam's 30-day cap that seems to have worked well there, and try to see what we can learn to bring better enforcement and regulation here.
And I thank the member for the follow-up question. And I had the opportunity to meet with Tourism NI last week. It was an introductory meeting, but this was one of the issues that we did actually mention in passing. And it is something I will be happy to look at in more detail. I do think it is important that we look to where there are good examples of things that work, and we are able to try and build on that best practice. So it's something I'm happy to engage upon and to work with Tourism and the Communities Minister.
Mr. Farouk.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister for an update on the North-South interconnector, please?
Minister.
The member might not have been in his place when I was responding to a question from Mr Aiken around this. I assume he is referring to the delay that was announced in the south recently. SONI had advised the department of a delay in the construction following the assessment of the remaining programme of works in the south. My department continues to engage with the utility regulator, SONI, NIE Networks and the Department of the Environment, Climate and Communication officials in the south to progress the delivery of the project. The project is clearly highly important in terms of the efficiency of our electricity transmission across the island, and it is important that we see progress quickly.
Mr. Farouk.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Given the figures that are bandied about with regards to the cost of actually building the interconnector and then the benefits that would be derived from it, I feel, Minister, that those figures are now massively out of date. Can the Minister provide accurate figures as to the cost to build and then the benefit derived from?
Minister.
The member will appreciate I probably don't have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to write to him and to share that with him.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. What commitment can the Minister give to supporting offshore renewables in Kilkeel Harbour and the surrounding area?
I thank the member for his question. My department, in collaboration with other departments and key stakeholders, have developed the Offshore Renewable Energy Action Plan to enable offshore renewable energy development in the North Marine Area from 2030. DFE has recently appointed RPS Ireland to undertake an update to the 2012 Strategic Environmental Assessment and Habitats Regulation Assessment of offshore renewable energy in the North Marine Area. That will, in collaboration with other key delivery partners, help to identify suitable areas for offshore renewable energy development across various technology types, including wind, tidal and wave.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Minister. As part of delivering 80% renewables by 2050, how is the Minister working with the UK, our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland and across Europe to ensure that the offshore maritime industry remains competitive and at the forefront of their industry?
Thank the member for his follow-up, and I think we do need to build on the previous success that we have had in terms of renewable development, and the Executive does need to take that collaborative whole system approach to facilitate delivery of the 80% by 2030 target. While my department has legislative responsibility for the target, collaboration across departments and across jurisdictions with wider stakeholders, including industry, is going to be essential to the successful delivery of the target.
I move to questions to Minister for Justice. I call Morris Bradley. Minister.
My officials have been working closely with PSNI to develop a robust business case for the funding required to cover workforce numbers over the course of the current mandate. I am pleased to confirm this business case has been submitted to the Department of Finance for its consideration. I should stress that affordability remains a key issue in terms of business case approval. However, subject to the Department of Finance approval, I will continue to work collaboratively with my executive colleagues to seek the additional funding required.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, but to add to your woes, how much do you think the Labour Government's employer national insurance rise will cost the PSNI?
Minister.
Well, it's difficult to speak to specifically how much it will cost the PSNI. I know that stabilisation pressures have increased by about £60 million due to changes in employer national insurance contributions. And that includes things like the Northern Ireland Civil Service pay award assumptions and also legal aid fees recommended in the Burgess report. So there has been a considerable increase in stabilisation pressures within the department. Looking to the PSNI specifically, excluding employer NIC and next pay award pressures, it stands at around 17.98 million pressures that they need to meet in the current year.
Colin Crawford.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister outline the actions she has taken to support the police recruitment campaign and dispel the negative commentary surrounding it?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I think it's really important that we were able to have a recruitment campaign. I think it's very important that the PSNI are right-sized in terms of being able to provide the critical service that they do. It's a service that I would encourage any young person, irrespective of their background, to consider a career in, because I think it's important in terms of public service that we get the brightest and best of our young people engaged in the PSNI, and that's a case that I have made repeatedly when I've been interviewed about the issue and when I've been asked questions about the issue. Clearly, there have been some negative commentary. There's been some negative commentary both around the adverts that the PSNI launched and then also some others who have tried to intimidate and threaten those who would wish to join the PSNI, neither of which I view to be helpful. I think it's in all of our interests as a community that we have a representative police force, so that when people see the PSNI, they see themselves reflected in the PSNI and that they know that they are members of our community serving our community.
Diane Armstrong.
Please.
Minister.
The report was received by my department on the 22nd of January 2025 and was published on the 30th of January 2025. I'll now take time to consider the report's findings and afford the Policing Board and Chief Constable time to reflect on the recommendations relevant to them. I will outline my response to the recommendations in due course.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for her response. Minister, do you believe that policing has been overly politicised in the past, as per the report, and what action will you take to rectify this from a DOJ point of view?
Well, I think there is always a danger that policing will become politicised, by which I mean party politicised. Because, of course, policing is inherently a political issue. It requires the support of the public, it requires the support of politicians, it requires us to engender confidence within policing, and it is an inherent part of the transformation of our society, and policing was part of that transformation. So it's inherently political in that sense. But it shouldn't become a party political football, and it also shouldn't be politicised in terms of its operational development. And in terms of the Department of Justice, I'm very clear that it's important that I respect the tripartite arrangements and that I allow the the constable to be operationally responsible to the policing board and allow the policing board to hold the chief constable to account, rather than to do that through me in this chamber, which some members I think would prefer. Because the history of our policing and our oversight arrangements are delicate. They are informed by our experience, and what the results of this particular review show is that in the main they are working. And albeit that they may need tweaked here and there in order to make them more effective, what they certainly weren't saying is rub it out and start again.
Minister, you took us into the realm there of the current tripartite arrangements. Could you outline your assessment, please, of the effectiveness of the current tripartite arrangements with regard to accountability and delivery, given the recommendation in the review that they should be subject to a new partnership agreement?
Minister.
There was no suggestion in the report that the current tripartite arrangements are not appropriate. However, I think what was suggested in the report, something indeed which I considered at length with the Policing Board in the previous mandate, was whether or not we needed, in light of there now being devolved institutions, which were not here at the time of the institution of the Policing Board and the PSNI reforms, to clarify the lines of accountability so that we can refresh people's minds about where the responsibilities for different things lie. I think any clarity that we can bring to those arrangements in terms of the robustness of them and the effectiveness of them would be helpful. I also think that, crucially, the strategic element that obviously that has been highlighted in the report is something that I think they got from their conversations with the board, who were saying themselves that they wish to be strategic in their oversight of policing, and that will be aided greatly both by their own strategic plan and by PSNI's strategic plan. So I think that the current operations work pretty well. I think it was important that we did a health check after recent events, because I think, again, we have a duty to ensure that the public have confidence in those arrangements, and not just those of us who are using those arrangements and working through those arrangements on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister.
The Domestic Abuse Information Sharing with Schools Regulations Northern Ireland 2022, which makes statutory provision for Operation Encompass, came into operation on the 1st of April 2022. The regulations were drafted by the Department of Justice in partnership with the Department of Education, the Department for the Economy and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. However, whilst my department brought forward the regulations to provide for Operation Encompass, responsibility for the rollout of Operation Encompass sits with the Department for Education and the Education Authority. The EA's Child Protection Support Service operates Operation Encompass across all schools through the provision of advisory support, training and information sharing with the PSNI. I am advised the scheme is working well and allows staff to provide direct emotional support to child victims of domestic violence. The EA has completed a limited evaluation on the impact of the scheme within the school setting, and it is hoped that this will be shared with partners once it has been approved by the relevant EA governance procedures. Since the commencement of the pilot, there have been over 30,000 referrals to schools across Northern Ireland.
Mrs. Dillon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. And as you know, Operation Encompass, as you've outlined, did come in under the domestic abuse bill, and I think it has been something that has been very valuable. Do you see any merit in broadening it out in terms of where reference can be made in terms of referrals in relation to children who go into school?
Minister.
Well, I think since the commencement of the pilot, as I said, there have been over 30,000 referrals to schools, which I think shows how necessary this information sharing protocol has been. Currently, the sharing information provides an administrative demand on policing, particularly in sharing, and then on teachers in receiving that information. However, all of the parties fully agree the ethos behind Operation Encompass is incredibly worthwhile and are now working together to streamline it and to try to automate the sharing of information where that is possible. That will reduce the administrative burden, but more importantly, it should allow that information sharing to be undertaken more quickly and without any delay, so that we can then provide the support to young people in the classroom more expeditiously. In the last 6 months, the Police Service have introduced an email facility to schools to ask for a callback where they have been unable to reach the designated teacher, and that alerts the designated teacher that there is a referral to be received. I'm advised PSNI and the Education Authority are now developing a mechanism to fully automate the process in making the referral via the public protection notices. A PPN is required for every domestic abuse incident or crime the police attend and collates a significant amount of the relevant information to share with the schools. Currently, there have been a small number of pilot schools in Belfast identified to test this latter concept via secure email accounts, and it's hoped that that new phase pilot then will be able to be rolled out and provide more timely interventions for the young people involved.
I want to stick with the issue of domestic abuse a bit more generally, if I may. Can I ask the Minister what's being done to support male victims of domestic abuse and coercive control and to encourage them to come forward? Because, not to diminish in any shape or form the violence against women and girls piece, but I would be concerned that men and boys could fall behind.
Minister.
Well, I think it's a really important question, and I think it's also a very a very timely one. When we introduced the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill, as it was then, act as it is now, to this House, I was very clear that the provisions we brought forward were to be gender neutral. So irrespective of one's gender, sexuality, race, age, whatever you identify as, you were able to fall into the categories that were listed within the domestic abuse provisions, because I recognise that while stereotypically people always assume that it is a strong man physically abusing a weaker woman, that is not actually always the pattern of domestic abuse. There can be many permutations, whether that be within same-sex relationships, whether it be parent and child abuse within the home, where, for example, a child who is the main carer can exert coercive control over a parent who is reliant on them for care. All of that is captured within the domestic abuse offence. It's important, therefore, also, when we see synergies, which we do, with the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, that we recognise that not all violence against women and girls happens in a domestic setting, and not all domestic offences are against women and girls. In our original advertising around this, we were very clear to make sure we showed a range of different victims, and in terms of the support that we provide for victims of domestic abuse, there are representatives of charities who are involved with male victims who provide that support for men who come forward and make those disclosures.
Conaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Could I ask what will happen in the next phase of Operation Encompass and how it will evolve?
Minister.
Well, obviously the harm that domestic and sexual abuse causes to the lives of children and young people are significant. There were strong calls for the strategy, for example, in terms of the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, to include a fifth pillar in addition to partnership, prevention, support and provision and justice, specifically focused on meeting the needs of children and young people. And it's clear that we want to do more to prevent young people becoming victims of domestic violence and abuse, or witnessing domestic violence abuse within the home. I think the important part of this, however, is that digitisation project that I mentioned, which is being brought forward by the EA and the PSNI. I think by streamlining the communications between them, it will ensure that we're able to expedite contact with young people who may have been subjected in the hours before they arrive at school to a domestic incident at home. That may have required them to leave their home in order to find a place of safety. It may have meant that they did not get any sleep that night. It may mean that they come to school without their homework done or their uniform. And we need sensitivity around the school in terms of how we handle those situations, so that rather than those things being escalated to a disciplinary issue, making a young person dread going to school, they actually see school as a place where they can get some respite from what's happening at home.
Cara Hunter.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, recently I spoke with a domestic abuse survivor whose ex-partner repeatedly drives past her home, but sadly this has not met the threshold for stalking. In sad cases like this, where it is not technically deemed either a domestic incident or crime, but could be seen as a form of a psychological weapon, do you think we can do more with Operation Encompass on cases like this to have that data shared with the school?
Well, Operation Encompass wouldn't particularly pertain to an adult's experience, for example, of someone driving past their home, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on individual cases. But a person repeatedly arriving at your place of work, at your place of residence, a person initiating contact with you that you have made clear that you do not wish to receive, a person who behaves in a way that is fixated, is obsessive, is unwanted, and is repetitive, is the very definition of stalking. And I would encourage your constituent to seek further legal advice as to whether there are legal avenues that they can pursue in relation either to getting a non-molestation order or to pursuing a charge of stalking against the individual involved.
Clark.
There are currently no transgender prisoners housed in Northern Ireland.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, given that there has been lots of conversations about transgender males going to female prisons, is now not the time, given that there is none housed in any of the prison system, to make a very clear decision that if you are a biological male, you stay in a biological male prison, and if you are a biological female, you stay in a female prison?
Minister.
Well, there is no need for a clear decision to be made. A clear decision has already been set out, and that is that people will be housed in the prison system in a way that maintains and protects their dignity, their privacy and, crucially, their safety, and that remains the policy the prison service will follow.
Anyone else?
Question number 5.
Northern Ireland Prison Service, like all public services, has faced budgetary pressures over a number of years. In response, Prison Service has made significant efforts to drive efficiencies where possible, but in doing so has been mindful at all times of the need to ensure the safety of both prisoners and staff. The rising prison population is placing a pressure on the Northern Ireland Prison Service and all prison services across the UK and Ireland. On the 1st of February 2022, the total prison population in Northern Ireland was 1,601. On February 2025, the population had increased by almost 20% to 1,913. Between February 23 and 1st of February 2025 alone, there has been an increase of 170 prisoners. Prison Service is dealing with more complex individuals in custody with poor mental health, drug and alcohol addictions and higher numbers of older people in prison. As a result of the increase in prisoner population and following a review of the operational staffing levels, I have approved the recruitment of a further 75 prison officers. Prison Service remains focused on supporting the rehabilitation of people in custody so that when they leave prison they are able to resettle and contribute in a meaningful way that supports the Executive's commitment to making communities safer. However, the ability of Prison Service to deliver on this work has been impacted by the rising population, the high levels of remand prisoners and short-sentence prisoners, and a rise in public protection cases. In response to this pressure, the Prison Service has commissioned a review of its rehabilitation model. This review is scheduled to be completed within the next few months. The finding from that review may mean additional funding is required to support rehabilitation work, and I will consider any such requests sympathetically. Prison Service is a robust and agile organisation that has proven itself able to change and adapt over many years. The results of the recent Highbank Wood College inspections are testament to that determination, and I am confident it can continue to respond to the pressures it currently faces in respect of rising population.
Mr McGills.
I thank the Minister for her response. Minister, what are the impacts of a rising population on each prison establishment?
Well, I thank the member for the question, and each prison establishment will be distinct and different. Highbank Wood is the smallest prison establishment in Northern Ireland. Despite its size, Highbank comes with its own complexity, housing both young male and female prisoners on a single site. Whilst the young male population there has remained relatively stable, the female population has increased from 70 to 113 between February 2022 and February 2025. McGilligan is an adult male prison, primarily holding sentenced prisoners as they progress towards release. The population of McGilligan is being carefully managed to sustain it as close to a capacity of 500 prisoners as is possible. The reason for that careful population management is to alleviate the ongoing pressure on Maghaberry Prison. Maghaberry is the largest and most complex prison in Northern Ireland. It's a high-security prison for adult male prisoners, both sentenced and unsentenced, and in integrated and separated conditions. Since February 2022, the population has increased by 25% to 1,270, with nearly half of the prisoners held there, 632, on remand.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of assaults on prison staff have trebled in the last 4 years, from 32 in 2020 up to 96 in 2024. Does the Minister feel this has had an adverse impact on the recent recruitment campaign, and what more can be done to tackle this growing problem?
The recent recruitment campaign has actually been quite successful, and the numbers of people are coming forward. In comparison to other jurisdictions who have also run recruitment campaigns, Northern Ireland remains in a much healthier position in terms of applications than some other jurisdictions. However, it undoubtedly has an impact on the prison staff who are already in place. When there is more disruption in prisons, when it is a more volatile situation, which is the case when you have increasing numbers, people are often unable to benefit from the full regime, and as a result then people get frustrated and the volatility increases, and it is a spiralling situation. We have managed, nevertheless, to keep the prisons reasonably stable, to keep the prisons reasonably safe. But there is still a challenge as we grow in numbers of prisoners about the access that people have to opportunities in order to let off steam and to be able to avail of therapy, to be able to avail of education, to be able to avail of all of the regime. For prison officers, that is also quite challenging because it means people spending longer in their cells, and that again is a challenge for officers. What's important for me is that the recruitment of new officers into prison service will allow us over the course of the summer to have additional officers there to restore regime, and then, as I say, through the review to look at what we can do around rehabilitation that perhaps better reflects the new prison population that we have to manage within the establishments now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, your answer there actually feeds in well to the question I'm about to ask, because it's about pressures and the moral component. The Department of Finance believes that the sick absence policy for the Northern Ireland Prison Service should be the same as for all civil servants. Does the Minister agree that the unique role of our prison service should be taken into account with this policy? And what is she doing to get them to change this to reflect that unique role?
We recognise that right across the civil service there will be people who act in frontline roles, whose jobs are distinct and different to those who are office-based and often don't have to interact with often vulnerable but also often volatile members of the public. Prison service is a particularly unique situation, which is why we have put unique supports in place, whether that's through access to PRRT, and the work that's done there, both in terms of psychology and also physiotherapy for prison officers, and rehabilitation and training where that is required, but also the work that we do within prisons to support prison officers in the role that they face. In terms of sickness absence, it is of course important that we drive down sickness absence, but I recognise that sickness absence can be driven up because people are working longer hours, taking additional shifts when the prison service is under stress, which is one of the reasons why I think it is so important that we recruit a new cadre of officers so that we are able to relieve some of that pressure and allow those officers who perhaps are suffering from stress to be able to make their way back into the system. But with any HR system, it has to look at the roles and the functions that somebody actually is involved in. It doesn't mean that it's a different system, but it has to be sensitive to the nature of the role, and that's standard HR procedure.
Just McDulday.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, to what extent are disputes with legal practitioners and the associated strike action putting further duress on the prison system?
Well, to be clear, there isn't a dispute with legal practitioners. There is a dispute with the criminal bar. The remainder of the legal practitioners are working and continuing to do so and working with me. Only the criminal bar have withdrawn their services at this point in time. As far as I'm aware, certainly that is the case, and I met with the criminal bar just in the last week or so to work through some of the issues that they raised. It does, of course, if there are delays to trial, increase the remand population. And it does mean that there will be people who are in prison who potentially should not be in prison, and that there are people not in prison who potentially should be. And I think that is something for the criminal bar to reflect on as they decide how to take their action forward.
Question
number 6.
Sure.
I published the terms of reference for the review into the case of Jonathan Cresswell on Friday, the 21st of February. I also confirmed that I had appointed Jan Melia as the independent reviewer. I believe that the terms of reference are expansive and provide the reviewer with the scope to look at any and all issues she considers relevant to this case. I am very mindful that the family of Katie Simpson need to be at the heart of this review, and as a matter of priority, the reviewer will be engaging with them to hear their voice directly and to understand how they wish to be engaged in and by the process. I have also received confirmation from the key agencies that they will actively engage in and cooperate with the review, and I welcome the commitment they have shown to learning from this case. It is vital that the reviewer is now given the time and space to undertake this important piece of work and to report on her findings.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, and I really welcome this progress. There were just so many missed opportunities that literally could have saved Katie Simpson's life. Would the Minister agree that this important piece of work should not limit its learnings to this tragic case, but should export it right across every incident and case, and that the lack of resources should not be an excuse for a lack of professional curiosity from the PSNI?
Well, to be clear, it will not only be the PSNI whose actions and interventions will be considered. There were a whole range of opportunities throughout a whole range of statutory agencies. where earlier intervention may have made a difference to the outcome, and none of us can say with confidence whether it would or wouldn't, but we can say if those opportunities were missed, we would not want that to happen in another case. It's also crucial to say that any learning from this will, of course, want to be embedded within organisations. Undoubtedly, Mr Speaker, and I have raised it in this chamber before, when we lack resources for these key services that are provided, whether that be the PSNI, whether that be probation, whether that be health, whether it be any other part of the system, cases will fall through the net. And as I explained, whilst many people don't see justice as a matter of life and death in the same way they view health, it absolutely can be. And so it is important that justice is properly resourced, but also that, as you quite rightly say, that professional curiosity from all sectors is something that we engender. This is not to be a finger-pointing exercise. This is to be a lessons learned exercise so that we don't continue to repeat the mistakes of the past.
Neil McAllister.
I thank the Minister for her answer and also welcome the publication of the Terms of Reference last week. I think this is a very positive opportunity in which we can learn from missed opportunities in the past. But I also wanted to ask regarding the partners that are involved, if you could confirm whether there would be scope to include other trusts other than the Western Trust, because we now know that Katie Simpson unfortunately attended hospital in the Southern Trust area and on many occasions with Jonathan Creswell himself, when it turned out that she was a victim of his abuse at the time and he was the reason why she had actually attended hospital.
Minister.
Well, the Terms of Reference, I think, cover all of the key issues and obviously the key departments that we anticipate would have some input to make. However, they also give the independent reviewer scope to pursue whatever fields of inquiry she believes are relevant, and that would include any engagement with other trusts, other hospitals and other practitioners. Critically, the review is going to be focused on learning, because it's important that we take away any lessons to safeguard and better protect victims who are subject to terrible forms of abuse, but also often to coercive control. So these are broad parameters, and whilst I think that they are quite expansive, they do allow other issues of concern, if raised with the reviewer, to be included, even if they're out with the Terms of Reference, because I think they've been set up in such a way that she does have a degree of freedom to do that.
Question number 7.
Limavady Courthouse has been closed since March 2020, with its business currently transferred to Coleraine. Prior to its closure, the building operated as a hearing centre and was open for 1 day a week for the delivery of magistrates' court business. The Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Estate Strategy, published in December 2023, provides a long-term framework for investment over the next decade and beyond. To implement the strategy, Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service is using data and evidence to baseline the existing estate against the agreed strategic outcomes, assess the adequacy of its buildings and, in the context of the finite resources available, develop prioritised investment plans that will be subject to public consultation as appropriate. The future use of Limavady Courthouse forms part of that process.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. I suppose one of my biggest concerns about courthouses across Northern Ireland is access to justice primarily, but also the impact that it will have in rural areas in terms of removing courthouses. So, as part of this review, will the Minister be looking at an impact assessment to ensure that we are taking into account all the various aspects as to why not having a courthouse is a good thing?
Well, first of all, we have to make sure that those courthouses are accessible in the most basic sense, and many of them, unfortunately, are not fit for purpose. Many of the protections which we would wish to put in place, for example, for vulnerable victims and witnesses, are not possible, as everybody enters through the one door at the front of the courthouse, and so we're not able to do the segregation that we would normally expect in some of our more recent purpose-built facilities. Limavady Courthouse is the smallest courthouse in our estate, and since 2002 has only heard adult magistrate business. In 2023-24, only 476 cases were received by Limavady Magistrates Court, and it has historically had the lowest business volumes in the court estate, which is one of the reasons why it was previously only open a single day each week. However, it is right to say that as part of the decision-making process, access to justice will be one of the crucial issues. But it has to be looked at in the round, including as to whether, for example, we're able to be DDA compliant when it comes to access to the buildings, as well as whether people live adjacent to them.
Ferguson.
Speaker, Minister, I had previously asked in relation to the Derry Courthouse, and obviously as you had mentioned, whereby there is a potential of the additional extension and the refurb. Can I ask when we would expect any firm timelines or resourcing commitments, given the ongoing need to ensure adequate access to a modern justice system in the North West? Thank you.
Well, as the member will know, initially our thoughts were that we would not be able to provide that at the current Bishop Street location, simply due to the constrained nature of the site and the listing of that building. And so the plan had been to provide a new facility for the North West. However, fortuitously, we have now been able to obtain enough land beside the courthouse to allow us to reconfigure business, so that we should be able to provide that kind of modern facility. It's still at early stages, but I will be quick to let the member know once we have a firmer set of propositions. But again, it is part of the overall estate strategy that we have to work our way through. There are a number of our court buildings which are old but are Grade 1 and Grade 2 listed and therefore need to be refurbished. There are a number of others where we have parts of the court estate distributed into accommodation that we have to pay for, whilst we have accommodation which is deteriorating rapidly through lack of use. So what we need to do is look at the whole strategy to make sure that we make best use of the buildings we have, that those that are genuinely historic buildings are maintained properly, and crucially that we're able to maintain a justice system that actually works in tandem with the estate to provide people with the best possible service.
Moving to topical questions, Justin McNulty.
Minister, the operational independence of the police is well rehearsed in this House by you. But in the past decade, the number of Catholic police officers has stalled at only a quarter of the force, and could start falling. Given your party has held the Justice Department for most of the past decade and a half, do you take any responsibility for that?
Well, I mean, I have to say that it's not just that I rehearse the independence of the PSNI, but actually your predecessors in the SDLP fought for the independence of the PSNI when it was being reformed during the patent process, argued strongly that no minister should be able to intervene with policing in the way that had happened historically in Northern Ireland, and argued that we needed a fully independent policing board in order to ensure that that was the case. And that was introduced in order to ensure that people, irrespective of their religion, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of their ethnicity, would have confidence in the PSNI. I, for my part, have consistently called for people from all backgrounds to come forward, get involved in the PSNI and be involved in a piece of service to their community, which is absolutely vital. I would encourage the member to do likewise. I know he has many connections through sport and through the community, and I would imagine, as somebody who is well respected in his community, could have great influence in getting young people to come forward and join the PSNI.
Mr McNulty.
Interesting to put responsibility on me, Minister, but since the devolution of policing and justice powers, your department has held strategic oversight of the justice system, and your party has successfully privatised the recruitment of the post of Justice Minister to the exclusion of nationalists. Given the trust, funding and recruitment challenges within policing, you could and should have made public confidence in policing a priority. You have not. Minister, please tell us what urgent actions you will take as Minister for Justice to ensure that policing reflects the society it serves.
Well, a couple of things about the supplementary. First and foremost, the member says it's not his responsibility, but it's all of our responsibility to ensure that the PSNI is reflective of the community. Every single person who walks through the doors of this chamber have a responsibility to ensure that their community has confidence in the PSNI, cooperates with the PSNI and creates an environment where the PSNI are safe to do their jobs. So I certainly will not wash my hands of that responsibility, and I hope the SDLP aren't going down the route of trying to do so. When it comes to the wider issue that he raises about prioritising confidence in the PSNI, I have, because I respect the independence of the Chief Constable. There would be nothing more toxic to policing in Northern Ireland than where the politicians start to get involved in dabbling in operational decision-making of the PSNI. You have a member, with respect, Mr McNulty, on the policing board. I suggest you converse with him about how you can best build confidence in the PSNI in your community.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, can I ask how many members of the PSNI have been excluded from potential ill health retirement due to declared pre-existing conditions, and what steps, if any, are you taking to try and address this matter?
I don't have the statistics on the number of people who haven't yet been able to receive their ill health retirement, and it wouldn't be for me to make those decisions, because the decisions on ill health retirement fall to the PSNI to make, and are a matter for the Chief Constable. However, we have worked hard to ensure that we are able to find the medics capable of actually making those decisions and assessments, both for injury and duty and for ill health retirement, but I don't hold the figures that the member asks for.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you be in a position to detail how many officers are currently receiving no salary while this matter remains unresolved?
Well, again, the payment of salaries is not a matter for the Department of Justice, and so no, I wouldn't hold those figures, and neither would my department.
Peter McGrath.
Minister, what impact will the recently published Prevalence and Impact of Adverse Childhood Experiences in Northern Ireland report have on public service delivery?
Well, I think that there are a number of impacts that it can have. I mean, the prevalence and impact of adverse childhood experiences in Northern Ireland. The report shows that 60% of our adult population have reported at least one adverse childhood experience, and nearly 1 in 5 have experienced 4 or more. Correlation between higher ACE exposure and poor life outcomes, from educational achievement to chronic health conditions to substance misuse and abuse, points to a pressing need for enhanced investment in targeted intervention and support. However, it is not all bad news, because the report also identifies how positive childhood experiences can counterbalance adverse childhood experiences and help people to go on and live and thrive and live healthy and productive lives. So I think that using a trauma-informed approach throughout government and right across government, we can actually turn around the long tail that we have in society of people who have been profoundly affected and continue to be profoundly affected by violence in our society. However, if we're going to address societal trauma of that level, it requires sustained long-term intervention and investment, and that will be something across the executive, not solely for the Department of Justice.
Mr. McReynolds.
Minister, do you agree this report could inform how the executive can target resources and interventions at an early stage to prevent further costs across public services down the line?
Without doubt, and I would really commend members to read the study. It is instructive in terms of how our experiences, particularly those related to paramilitary and organised crime, have left us with a legacy. Many of the issues we talk about in this chamber on a weekly basis, people who have achieved less in terms of school, people who struggle to be able to hold down a job, people who have complex PTSD and severe mental health needs, people with higher levels of alcohol dependency and substance misuse and abuse, people with higher levels of physical disability. All of these can be tracked back in this report to our society and how people have grown up and the experiences that they have had. But what it also does is show that early intervention through health, through education, through communities, through the economy, through justice and every other department can make an actual difference in outcomes for young people. And so I think that whilst the report in many ways is depressing in the extent that adverse childhood experience have affected our society, I think it offers a way forward for the executive in terms of evidencing why early intervention is so important.
The answer side.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, could you please detail the amount of money spent out of public funds by the Police Ombudsman as a result of the recent legal action taken by the Northern Ireland Retired Police Officers Association?
I don't hold the figures for the piece for the legal action that was taken by the Ombudsman's office. As I've explained to members before, the Ombudsman is a corporation sole appointed by royal warrant on the advice of the First and Deputy First Minister. I have oversight of her office, and I'm about to have an oversight meeting with her in the next few weeks, but not of the Ombudsman and her decisions herself, in which she acts completely independently of me. However, you can write to the Ombudsman's office and ask for that information, and it should be forthcoming, but it hasn't been presented to me, and I don't hold those figures.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. In terms of education, quite often questions are brought to the Education Minister where the Education Authority have taken decisions. The Health Minister answers questions in particular of different health trusts. I would ask Minister, why do you not feel that under the Justice Ministry that this is information that you could present to this House?
Minister.
There are a number of reasons. There are different legislative constructs that were put in place for very particular purposes in order to ensure the absolute independence of the Police Ombudsman's Office and the independence of, for example, the judiciary and the independence of the PSNI and the board to which I've already referred. So the legislative framework is different. I do answer questions with respect to prison service. I do answer questions with respect to probation, because they are not covered by the same legislative constraints. But to be clear, there is no mechanism whatsoever in legislation for any assessment of the Ombudsman and the Ombudsman herself and her performance, and there never has been. It is only the Office that I can hold to account for their performance, and that is against the annual plan which the Ombudsman sets.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, 2 weeks ago, over the course of a weekend, 9 PSNI officers were injured across the Londonderry and Strabane area whilst dealing with crimes within our community. On Wednesday past, 2 further PSN officers were assaulted whilst on duty. As Minister for Justice, what are you doing to support those PSNI officers who are continuing to deal with these types of assaults and threats?
Minister.
Well, there are a number of things. First and foremost, I've contacted the Chief Constable about the particular incidents that took place and extended my support and solidarity, not just to the officers who were affected, but to their families and their colleagues who have to face into those kinds of situations every day, and showed great courage and fortitude in continuing with their work, even though they had been subjected to quite significant injury. The other issue is, I suppose, what I say publicly, and I take every opportunity that I have to say that I do not believe that it is acceptable that we price in to a career in policing the fact that you will be assaulted by members of the public. It is not acceptable. When somebody goes out in the morning to serve our community, when they go out to keep us safe, and when they put themselves between us and harm, they have a right to expect our support, our cooperation, and to be safe in doing so. And that is the least that they should expect from us. There is lots of accountability with regards to police who behave badly, but there also must be accountability on members of the public who behave badly towards them. And that's why I'm bringing forward in the sentencing bill later this year additional aggravating factors around attacking someone who is delivering a public service or as a public servant or delivering a service to the public, which covers, I think, quite a gamut of people who put themselves out there every day to serve the public and do not deserve to be abused or threatened or attacked for doing so. I've also had conversations with the Chief Constable on this matter, because I am concerned about the impact that it has both on morale and recruitment, and he has been very clear that from his perspective the days of dropping charges when someone assaults a police officer as one of those things that just happens in the system are over. That when people assault a police officer, it will be treated as assault and it should be prosecuted.
Mr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her response? When health workers are attacked, rightly so, it's condemned. There should be zero tolerance. When fire service operators are attacked, again, it should be condemned. There should be zero tolerance. Unfortunately, the PSNI don't seem to receive the same respect right across the board. Can the Minister maybe outline, in terms of those proposals that she has around sentencing, etc., a possible timeline for when we're likely to see those types of things come forward?
Minister.
My hope would be that the legislation would be introduced in the autumn of this year, so somewhere between September and Christmas. That's the timeline that we're working to with the Justice Committee and with OLC. In terms of the wider point, I think you're absolutely right. Those who work in the justice sector are no less deserving of protections than those who work in the health sector or those who work, for example, in any other part of the public sector, where this kind of violence and intimidation and threat and abuse would not be tolerated. It should not be tolerated in the justice sector either, and we're very clear, for example, we talked earlier about attacks on prison officers. That has to be dealt with as seriously as we would treat an attack on any member of the public. We cannot simply price this into a career in the justice system. It's not acceptable. When you do that, you not only harm the individual who you've attacked, but you potentially are putting someone else at harm who's waiting for them to arrive to give them assistance, and it could be a life or death situation that you're intervening in. So people need to realise the seriousness of what they're doing, the damage to their wider community, and they need to stop.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if she would agree with me that the criminal justice system is described as being in crisis? requiring urgent action to address the systemic issues and ensure the system can function effectively. These challenges highlight the need for significant budgetary support and strategic planning to ensure the justice system can meet the needs of the community. And Minister, if you can answer that in the time left, I would be mightily impressed.
Minister.
I agree with you completely, and it is why I have made the case repeatedly in this House that we cannot underfund the justice system and still expect it to perform its functions as though by magic. We need to properly resource our justice system at every point in the system to ensure that when members of the public need that support, it's there for them.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Getting another one in. What strategic planning and adequate funding to ensure the justice system can effectively protect and serve the public, including but not exclusively reduced police presence and 15 years of underfunding has increased pressures with an adverse effect on crime prevention and crime detection?
Minister.
For policing to work, it has to start with neighbourhood policing. It has to start with local communities feeling a positive impact from that policing. One of the positive things to come out of some recent reviews has been that actually neighbourhood policing is very highly rated in terms of its quality by the community. Where it falls down is its frequency. And so what I want to do is get to a point, and that's why we have the recovery plan I spoke to you earlier. I want to get to a point where we have the resources to build police numbers up so that we're able to have dedicated units who are engaged with community policing, doing exactly what the member has suggested, and able to do it in a consistent way that builds trust and confidence within the community and hopefully encourages other people to come forward and join the PSNI and support the work they do.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Justice. Point of order, Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with my apologies for indulging in points of order and dosing you on them twice in one day. In the past hour and a half, the ERA Minister, the Environment Minister, Agriculture Minister, has his department have issued under embargo a written statement further to what I raised with you earlier on. Not only has he not brought this written statement to the House in terms of asking questions about the vital subject of avian influenza, he's put an embargo, or his department has put an embargo on this written statement for reasons that are, having read the statement, completely inexplicable to me. He talks about issues that Keith Buchanan raised on the record on the floor of the Assembly earlier on. Can I ask that your office not only investigate the questions of when ministers do and don't bring statements to the House, but also the use or misuse of embargoes for no obvious reason? Because we've been asked to embargo this information, most of which seems to be in the public domain, until 4:30 this afternoon, and I have no idea why. Thank you.
I thank the member for raising the point of order, and we will certainly look at that and make some commentary on it. We now move back to the motion on delivering a new deal for private renters, and I call on Jerry Carroll to move the amendment.
Moved, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Carroll. You've got, let's see, up to 10 minutes to propose your amendment and 5 minutes to wind.
Speaker, I support today's motion and I hope members can support my amendment. For too long, executive parties have refused to crack down on profiteering landlords, instead spending years, Deputy Speaker, entire mandates even, taking around the edges of reform at best. Private renters in the North are long overdue a new deal, one that starts shifting the balance of power away from landlords and towards tenants. And my amendments aim to strengthen the motion and make the private rented sector more secure and truly affordable for tenants. The private rented sector, Deputy Speaker, is an under-regulated wild, wild west where landlords call the shots. Tenants can be evicted for no reason, for daring to ask for basic repairs, challenging illegal fees, or trying to challenge or negotiate an extortionate rent increase. Landlords can charge whatever rents they want, and in Belfast this is an average of £1,100 per month. When tenants even begin to question these extortionate rents, landlords will point to the market, some mythical figure, as though they aren't the people setting the rents and driving up house prices, as though they aren't the market who are driving up people's rents. The insecurity and unaffordability of the private rented sector forces people into homelessness. Loss of private rented accommodation, Deputy Speaker, is consistently among the top reasons for people presenting as homeless to the Housing Executive. Another common reason for homelessness is sharing breakdown. But why are people sharing in the first place? In most cases, it's because they can't access social housing or are priced out of the private rented sector. We've debated and discussed these issues many times, and we're all in agreement that we're experiencing a housing crisis spiralling out of control. We all know that homelessness destroys people's physical and mental health and rips apart the social fabric of our communities. Over 42% of homeless children in this city live in my constituency of West Belfast, which is a totally shocking statistic. But what's not talked about as often, Deputy Speaker, is the role that landlords play themselves in the homelessness crisis. Not to mention that the Housing Executive spent £15.5 million on single-let temporary accommodation 2022-23 alone. That's £15.5 million straight in the pockets of landlords who are actively profiteering from human misery and homelessness. And some landlords consciously, knowingly send families directly into homelessness when they issue an eviction notice or give them a rent increase that they know is completely unaffordable. Giving tenants more protections, including banning no-fault evictions, would save hundreds, potentially thousands of families from homelessness every year. It's a no-brainer. Many private tenants are living in abject poverty, Deputy Speaker. A decade or two ago, many families now struggling in the private rented sector would be living in social housing where rents are lower and tenancies more secure. But they cannot, because year after year the Executive fails to meet social housing building targets. And according to NISRA, an average of 941 social homes have been completed every year since 2010, and at this rate it will take 50 years to build enough homes for everyone on the waiting list. And that's if the waiting list magically freezes instead of growing year on year. At the same time, the housing sales scheme continues decimating the supply of social housing stock. The failure to expand the supply of social housing has forced more and more people into the private rented sector. There's one very easy solution, Deputy Speaker, staring executive parties and the Minister in the face: bring empty homes back into use. There are at least 22,500 empty homes in the north, according to the LPS, but the latest census reports says there's over 52,000 households with no usual residents. I hope the Minister can clarify which one it is. It's a disgrace that these homes lie empty while people are sofa surfing, living in secure temporary accommodation and sleeping rough on the street. As well as the Housing Ombudsman proposed in the motion, which I obviously support, a well-resourced and effective rental board should be set up to enforce minimum fitness standards, a no-fault eviction ban and a system of rent controls. These are questions, Deputy Speaker, that we explored during my consultation stage of the private members' bill, the People Housing Bill that I'm hopefully bringing through this chamber. Currently, tenants, Deputy Speaker, have almost no recourse when a property is riddled with damp or mould, or when a landlord steals or refuses to register a deposit. Environmental health teams have enforcement powers, but in practice are underfunded and under-resourced. Councils are generally, meaning these powers aren't worth the paper they are written on. We need to learn from this shambolic system and make sure that any new deal for private renters is backed up by a strong enforcement body. In the past year, Deputy Speaker, rents in the north increased by 10%, higher than any UK region. In the same time frame, average wages increased by just 1.2%. Public sector workers actually saw their pay decrease by 2.8%. So rents keep rising, but wages and benefits are stagnating. And also, Deputy Speaker, students are facing an acute affordability crisis. NUSUSI, as part of their fixed student housing campaign, show that students are paying through the nose for poor quality, overcrowded housing. 44% of students surveyed have less than £100 left each month after paying their housing costs. Half of students needed to rely on a credit card or a loan to just get by, and I want to commend NUSUSI and their work on highlighting these issues. It doesn't take an economist, Deputy Speaker, to see that this is totally unsustainable and a powder keg waiting to explode. Third-generation rent controls are a step in the right direction, but they only limit rent increases within a tenancy. There's nothing to stop a landlord massively hiking the rent once a tenant leaves before the property goes out to let again. So there's a limitation with it. A stronger system of rent controls would begin with a freeze, followed by a gradual reduction over time to a predetermined affordable level. It's called first-generation rent control, although tellingly it's not called this often when we're talking about it in this chamber. We hear hard or extreme rent controls or versions of that. The total lack of rent control in the north and in Britain makes us outliers compared with the rest of Europe. Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, Spain, Germany, France, South of Ireland have some form of rent control systems in place, and the sky hasn't fallen in. Landlords haven't fled the market despite the scaremongering touted when talked about rent controls. And a decade up to 2022, European countries with rent controls had a faster growing private rental sector than countries without rent controls, which really exposes the misinformation spouted by some when talking about rent controls. And the idea of rent control, Deputy Speaker, isn't outlandish or unworkable. And in fact, all private tenancies in the north were subject to rent controls until 1978. So it was actually the norm for decades upon decades upon decades. And if we agree, Deputy Speaker, with the basic principle that the right to housing is more important than the right of landlords to make a good profit, then we need to implement rent controls now. So in conclusion, a new deal for private renters must do what this and previous executives have failed to do, and that's challenge the scourge of landlordism in the north. Landlords don't have, shouldn't have, unqualified rights to profiteer over a person's fundamental right, human right to a home, or to evict a tenant from their home for no good reason. And these shouldn't be controversial statements, but they may be to some in this place. So I move the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I call on Mark Durkin to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mark, please open the debate on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For many people, renting is no longer a stepping stone. It's the only option, and an option that's becoming increasingly more untenable by the day. That stepping stone now provides slippery and unstable footing with skyrocketing rents, stagnant housing benefits and a lack of meaningful support, pushing more and more people into arrears and greater risk of homelessness. The private rented sector, as we've heard, in Northern Ireland is the fastest growing across these islands, with twice as many families living in private rented housing than the social sector. The repeated failure of successive executives to meet social housing supply targets has led to more private rent low-income households floundering in a largely unregulated sector. Since 2020, the writing has been on the wall in terms of private renters at risk of poverty, homelessness and ultimate eviction. This has resulted in a 48,000-long social housing waiting list, driven by the unaffordability and instability of the private rented sector, with loss of private rental accommodation responsible for an estimated 33% of all homelessness presentations. Between 2022 and 2023, there was a 17% increase in the number of households made homeless due to the loss of private rental homes. I've spoken with countless renters who were evicted after spending a decade or more living in and caring for a property for daring to make the reasonable request for repairs or to address persistent problems with damp. I've witnessed a 122% increase in rental market costs in the last 5 years for a basic 2-up, 2-down home in the Derry area, where the issue has been made even worse by the quest to provide more profitable student accommodation. How can anyone be expected to keep their head above water in such impossible circumstances? While I concur with most of what the previous Speaker said in proposing his amendment, I want to point out that many landlords are responsible, reasonable people. I'm sure some of Mr Carroll's own comrades or supporters actually own property and provide accommodation. Many of them are almost accidental landlords that have been caught with rising mortgage rates, insurance costs and rates, and that's reflected in rising rents. I've even heard from some people trying to find ways to mitigate the burden on their tenants. But that's not to deny that there is an issue with unscrupulous landlords or to let them off the hook. Regardless, however, renters have been left exposed and vulnerable. Meanwhile, the long-awaited and much-vaunted housing supply strategy is notable in its lack of detail around reforms for the sector. If my memory serves me correctly, it doesn't always, but it's afforded just one line. Promises made by the previous minister during the last mandate have seemingly evaporated in recent times in terms of welfare mitigations and now private tenancy safeguards. Members in here, right across the board and across the chamber, recognised that the private tenancies bill that we saw in the last mandate fell short, far short of what was required, but were assured that subsequent legislation would strengthen security of tenure and deal with a ban on no-fault evictions. The bill did make provision for longer notice to quit periods, which worked effectively during the pandemic. That was a welcome move, but simply a starting point. The intermediate rent scheme, in principle, is a very positive step, but the Minister to date has not been able to give assurances that schemes will be prioritised in areas of greatest housing needs, or detail on how individual applicants for such schemes will be prioritised. We support today's motion, obviously, seeking support for our amendment. We recognise the need to protect private tenants against unfair rent increases, to empower them to call out poor practices and demand quality homes without fear of retaliatory eviction. Rent controls are a welcome intervention, but it's important that any such provision is implemented quickly and properly to reduce the prospect and fallout of unintended consequences. Yet the motion doesn't quite go far enough, and I'm hopeful that my amendment supplements and complements it. And that's why we propose an amendment that will ensure people get help before reaching crisis point. Prevention is better than cure, and that cure, or well, at least part of it, is in extending the threatened with homelessness window, along with the introduction of meaningful financial support to help renters meet that growing gap between housing benefit and soaring market rents. Certainly.
You're referencing the gap between the support from DWP to the Housing Alliance, and I think you've proposed a grant scheme for that. Would you agree that perhaps the grant scheme would be costly and would create an administrative burden on officials, and perhaps the better approach would be that we all collectively lobby DWP to kind of review LHA kind of annually to make sure that it synchronises with the market and it would help ease those pressures?
I thank the member for the intervention. My primary concern, I believe our primary concern, should be the cost of the current situation on those caught in that trap. But I fully welcome her suggestion and support it, indeed, any cross-party or executive intervention that can be made with DWP to argue the case, and as an opposition we'll be fully supportive of and behind that. The local housing allowance was increased for 24-25, but costs were based on September 2023 rates. It was already outdated, and now, with a freeze for 2025-26, the support fails to reflect the reality of the precarious rental market. To make matters worse, the removal of discretionary housing payments from many long-term disability benefit recipients has pushed some of the most vulnerable into crisis. Many of these individuals can't work due to their conditions or ill health, meaning that they have no ability whatsoever to increase their household income. Now they face rent arrears, eviction and the terrifying prospect of homelessness. Targeted support to address the reality of housing costs would reduce pressure on social housing waiting lists and help individuals and families sustain tenancies for longer, creating a strengthened private sector that works for everyone within it. We need to act now. The number of families struggling to keep a roof over their heads will only grow. It's time for real, meaningful action to protect renters and prevent this crisis from spiralling even further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I call on Colin Gildennew, and Colin, you've got 5 minutes.
And I want to start off by thanking members for bringing the motion forward today, and to say that I myself do own a private property from which I gain a rental income. So, Sinn Féin believes that housing is a human right. Everyone in our society, no matter what age or background they come from, should have access to a decent and an affordable home of their own. A home is not just a roof over someone's head, it is fundamental to the well-being of each and every person in our society. And yet, we still have so many people who do not have access to a decent, affordable home of their own which meets their needs. The motion before us focuses on the private rental sector, and I will address some of the substance of the motion in a moment, but from the outset I think it is important to recognise that we are simply not building enough homes. As we all know, house prices are driven upward by a lack of housing supply, so foremost of our concerns, if we want to support renters, should be the aim of building more homes. We do have a draft housing supply strategy which sets an ambitious target of 100,000 new homes over the next 15 years, and that is the scale of what is needed if we are to make any meaningful impact on tackling the housing crisis. So, members, whilst we have a target to aim for, we also need to see the investment to match, and unfortunately we haven't seen adequate investment in housing for many long years. The draft programme for government outlines the Executive's commitment to deliver more social and affordable homes, and what we now need to see is a significant increase in investment so we can deliver on that commitment. Turning to the substance of the motion, which is about supporting renters, and much of it aligns, I have to say, with Sinn Féin policy. We agree that rents have become unaffordable for many people, and we have supported measures to bring rents under control both here in the 6 counties as well as the 26 counties. In particular, I will point to the sterling work carried out by my party colleague Deirdre Hargey, who implemented a rent freeze for all housing executive properties during her time as Minister. She also brought forward the Private Tenancies Bill in 2022, which extended the notice to quit period to 8 weeks and banned unfair rent increases. Deirdre herself recognised that there was more work to be done to protect renters, and the Private Tenancy Bill was but the first stage of a journey which would see even greater protections in place in the future. Sinn Féin support a ban on no-fault evictions, and I am sure many members here today will have had constituents in their own offices seeking advice after a landlord has decided to evict them from their home without any good reason. No-fault evictions create a huge amount of stress and uncertainty for the affected party and quite often force families into homelessness. Many jurisdictions have already taken steps to ban no-fault evictions, including Germany, New Zealand and the Scandinavian countries. Indeed, my own party colleague Owen O'Brien introduced a bill to the Dáil calling for a ban to be introduced in the South. I also want to thank the SDLP for their amendment calling for legislation to be introduced which would extend the statutory period to prevent homelessness beyond the current 28 days. This provides me with a brilliant opportunity to advise the House that I am working on a private member's bill which seeks to do exactly that, and I hope to have that bill out to consultation in a matter of weeks. I am very happy to work with everyone here in the Chamber interested in this area and on that issue to ensure that that bill can be brought forward. I also want to mention that my party colleague Ciara Ferguson is currently consulting on a private member's bill which will protect renters by introducing a ban on unfair letting fees, and I would encourage as many people as possible to respond to that consultation and indeed ask members to do likewise. So I will leave my remarks there.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. I call on Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise as a DUP member of the Assembly Committee for Communities. And of course, the availability and quality of all types of housing is a major cause for concern and debate among the members of the committee. With regards to the private rented sector, we wish to see provision which is regulated to provide good quality, good protections of tenancy, and a model which is also sustainable and affordable for landlords and tenants, enabling landlords to invest in their stock and sustain their business. Turning to the motion before us, the DUP did submit our own amendment, which retained parts of the original wording, along with additional and amended wording. Unfortunately, this was not selected, so we do have concerns about the wording of the original motion and the selected amendments. These contain proposals which we believe would actually be counterproductive to the supply of housing and which would have unintended consequences of reducing supply. On the issue of affordable rent, during the first half of 2024, we saw average rent prices across Northern Ireland continue to rise by 8.5% compared to the same period in 2023. This equated to £886 per month and rent was accounting for an average of 39% of median income. The DUP has helped working families by launching the intermediate rent product, where a long-term low-interest loan is offered to an operator to develop a supply of affordable homes for rent at a 20% discount to the market value. Instability of tenure is also a major cause for concern, and many in the private rental sector. However, NISRA shows that for 2023-24, the proportion of private renters in Northern Ireland residing at their current address for 5 years or more was higher in Northern Ireland than for the UK as a whole, at 41% as compared to 31% respectively. Housing affordability is a growing problem and has been recognised in Objective 1 of the Housing Supply Strategy, which is to increase housing supply and affordable options across all tenures to meet housing need and demand. In Northern Ireland, we do have rent control on properties which the local council has deemed to be in an unfit condition, and also for protected and statutory tenancies. We can all agree that we want all private rents to be affordable. However, we cannot ignore potential negative consequences of universal rent controls and reductions. Research has highlighted that a large proportion of landlords may exit the private rental market, which would result in a greater shortage of available private rented properties in an already stretched market that needs stability. Estate agents have outlined that with high borrowing costs and unfavourable conditions, landlords are seeking high monthly rents in order to stay in the sector. Demand for private rental sector properties remains exceptionally high, with Property Pal reporting an average of 73 inquiries sent to estate agents for each advertised rental property. Any member who talks to their local estate agent will be aware of that level of demand. Losing a lot of supply and discouraging building of new homes for the rental market would just make this situation worse. According to the Chartered Institute of Housing, rent controls generally have a negative impact on the housing market, often leading to a reduction in available rental properties, lower quality housing, and difficulty for new tenants to find accommodation, as landlords may be less incentivised to invest in new properties or maintain existing ones when faced with capped rent increases. To relieve the pressure on affordability, we must increase the housing supply and ensure the benefit system properly takes account of the cost of housing. There was a substantial increase in the local housing allowance rate in April 2024, but regrettably, as the SDLP will know, their sister party in government at Westminster has frozen housing allowance for the forthcoming financial years. So perhaps the SDLP could have a word with their Labour Party colleagues who set the national rates of housing allowance, instead of diverting responsibility to the Stormont Executive. Any mitigation, my last sentence, Mr Deputy Speaker, any mitigation locally would need to be found by the Finance Minister and the Executive as a whole.
Thank you. Mr Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion because, quite frankly, housing is absolutely in crisis. And I don't know about the other members in this room today, but if I was to ask you what is the #1 issue that comes through your door of a day, I can unequivocally say, from my perspective, it's housing. There are other pressures that people are facing in health and in education and in the sphere of farming and agriculture. I have to get a punch in from my own committee. But housing does take up most time for the staff who work for me. It really does, just across the whole sector of housing, and some of it has already been related to. And it is evident that across Northern Ireland, too many people are struggling to find secure, affordable and decent places to live. Rents are soaring, tenant protection is not robust enough, and many face constant battles just to get the basic repairs done. And I know this isn't part of the motion today, but it is something we need to keep an eye on. I did a little drive-by in my constituency on Friday. I saw a lovely house with the really eye-watering price tag of £2,000 a month for rent. It was a nice property. It was detached. It's in a nice area. Well, obviously it is, because I live in Lisburn. But setting that aside, who can afford a rent of £2,000 a month? And as Mr Carroll has said, in Belfast, Properties which aren't very big are well in excess of £1,000 a month. We're pricing people out of the market. But let's be clear, this isn't about painting all landlords as bad as Mr Durkin has rightly said. Many do the right thing. They provide safe, well-maintained homes and they treat their tenants with fairness and respect. But in as many areas of life as we come across, there are those who don't play by the rules, and unfortunately they will give a bad reputation to others. And we've all dealt with cases, I'm sure, where tenants are afraid to ask for repairs because they're possibly afraid that their landlord will simply evict them. We cannot pretend that this doesn't happen, because it does. No-fault evictions leave families in limbo, forcing them to uproot their lives at short notice, and that's not fair, and it's not right. Any intervention that we do achieve must be balanced, proportionate and underpinned by evidence, so as not to cause an adverse effect. In an ideal world, we would simply deliver, at pace, more housing options, but we have to be honest, that's not going to happen overnight. And that's why it's right that tenants should have protections against unfair rent increases, eviction or the denial of basic repairs. They should also have a clear route to challenge and hold landlords to account when those responsibilities are not being met. This motion calls for a new deal for private renters. It is about striking a balance, however, that supports reasonable landlords whilst ensuring tenants have proper rights and protections. That means fair rent controls, stronger security of tenure and a statutory housing ombudsman to hold bad landlords to account. It also means enforcing proper housing standards so that no one is forced to live in damp, cold or unsafe conditions. And in 2025, it's hard to believe, and I'm sure you guys get to see the pictures from our constituents of instances where there is black mould and damp, which causes health inequalities, which lead into the pressures in our health system. And this isn't just about renters. It's about fixing the wider housing system, because for too long we've relied too heavily on the private rented sector because there simply haven't been enough social and affordable homes built. But if we don't address that, we'll keep pushing people into an unstable market with little security. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, people do deserve better. They need fair rents, safe homes and real security. But what I would say is that good landlords should have nothing to fear from such reforms, because they're already doing what's right. This is about tackling bad practices that undermine the entire sector and, most importantly, making sure that having a home isn't a constant source of stress and uncertainty. Now, I do urge the Minister to act, because decent, affordable, secure homes shouldn't be a luxury in Northern Ireland. It should be a fundamental right. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr Butler. And I
Sinn Féin firmly believes that housing is and should be a human right. The State has a duty to ensure that every one of its citizens has access to the basic fundamental requirements for living a full and safe life, and there is no need more basic than access to shelter and having a home. The State also has a duty to ensure that the private rental market is regulated to prevent unfair pricing or discriminatory practices, to ensure that basic standards are upheld and that renters are protected and can have some sense of security in their home. I am pleased to be able to say that these are not just principles that Sinn Féin holds, but actions that we put into practice. My colleague Deirdre Hargey brought forward the Private Tenancies Bill in 2022 and implemented a rent freeze on housing executive properties during her tenure as Minister for Communities. My colleagues Emily Colm Gillinew and Ciara Ferguson are currently working on private members' bills to extend the statutory duty to prevent homelessness and to introduce a ban on unfair letting fees. Furthermore, Sinn Féin TD Owen O'Brien, the man who quite literally wrote the book on social housing, has introduced a no-fault evictions ban to the Dáil. As populations increase, housing has become one of the most important issues of our time. There is an onus on governments to respond to the needs of their citizens and provide housing, and the private sector has a vital role to play in that regard as well. However, it's important that within the private sector that standards of affordability, fairness, quality, comfort and security are upheld. The world is in a volatile place right now. Global economies are in flux and working class communities are bearing the brunt of that. Here in Ireland, we are in the midst of a seemingly never-ending cost of living crisis, and the North in particular is dealing with a legacy of British government underinvestment which stretches back decades and continues to this day. The one thing that people should not have to worry about is a place to live. The family home should always remain secure, and we as legislators have a duty to ensure that that basic principle is upheld. So I commend and support the motion. Thank
you, Nicola. I call on Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank those who brought the motion and the amendment before the House today for a very worthwhile debate. And an issue, as has already been alluded to earlier, that's prevalent in my constituency office is housing, and I would expect in every other MLA's constituency office too. I speak to address the critical issue of rent control and reduction, a topic that deeply affects many of our residents. The powers granted by the Private Tenancies Act NI 2022 to implement rent controls have lapsed. Moreover, independent research has highlighted the potential negative impacts of such controls. The research indicates that a significant number of landlords might exit the private rental market if rent controls were imposed, exacerbating the already severe shortage of available rental properties. Currently, the demand for private rental sector properties is exceptionally high. As alluded to earlier, PropertyPal reports an average of 73 inquiries for each advertised rented property. If we lose a substantial portion of our rental supply and discourage the construction of new rental homes, this situation will only worsen. The most effective way to alleviate pressure on renters' affordability are by increasing housing supply and ensuring that benefit systems adequately reflect housing costs. The Private Tenancies Act includes provisions to restrict the frequency of rent increases. The Minister introduced this power earlier this year, which aims to provide greater stability and predictability for renters, ensuring they are not subjected to frequent and unpredictable rent hikes. The Minister remains committed to supporting private renters while adopting a sensible approach that ensures sufficient safeguards are in place. By focusing on increased housing supply and adjusting the benefit system, we can create a more balanced and sustainable rental market. I call for a common-sense resolution to the problem and one which everyone in this House can support. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Maurice. I call on Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking my colleague Kelly Armstrong for bringing forward this important motion and for her hard work in developing the policy proposals that she set out so eloquently earlier on in the debate. I agree with Robbie Butler. It's the #1 issue in my constituency office, and I think housing is one of the most fundamental and important things that we can talk about in this chamber. And I want to take some time to share some of the reality of what people are going through to humanise this debate, and I'm very grateful to my constituents who were happy for me to share some of their experiences. One constituent works full-time in healthcare and is a single parent. They've rented privately for 20 years and they are currently sharing a bedroom with their child because the private market is too unaffordable and too insecure. They were in a house, the rents went up, they couldn't afford it anymore, had to get the deposit together for another house. It was a vicious cycle and they've been left traumatised by it and have said they will never rent privately ever again. This is someone who works full-time in our healthcare service. Another constituent is renting privately because the housing executive hasn't yet been able to find them anything suitable. She lives with her partner and 3 children in overcrowded accommodation, which is so small she's sharing a bed with one of her children. In another case, the individual actually can afford private rent, but only because the house is so old and costly to heat. They have developed mobility issues and the house is no longer suitable or affordable because they are not entitled to more than statutory sick pay, putting a real strain on the entire family. We've also in my office been supporting a single mum of 2 who is expecting her 3rd child, something that I can sympathise with, and I am not living through what she is. I don't know how she's going through this. There are extreme issues with damp in their house. They're on the housing executive waiting list, but that's been the case for such a long time, and we all know that the reality of that changing any time soon is unlikely. In many circumstances, my constituents are coming to me about houses that just simply aren't fit for habitation. In a particularly shocking case, there was mould throughout the house, which was so severe it was actually beginning to grow on clothes and shoes. One person told me that they began waking up in the morning with headaches and a sore throat, which in hindsight they attribute to the mould. Condensation was also a big problem, which got so bad that wallpaper began peeling off the kitchen wall. Combined with an unreliable central heating system and poor insulation, they were spending a fortune on heating, but still living in a house that was cold almost 24/7. Even after all of that happened, they moved out, and at the end of the 12-month contract, the landlord sought to withhold their deposit. This was a few years ago, and the property has remained vacant ever since. I think that tells you everything about the property. As a representative for South Belfast, I know that students are also facing real challenges in the private rented sector. According to the recent NUS-USI survey, around 35% of students in Northern Ireland live in private rented accommodation, and they have to deal with very real challenges around high rental costs and the poor quality of housing. Their survey highlights that 35% of students had difficulty paying rent, almost a fifth of students had less than £50 a month left after paying rent, and 92% of renters have experienced some sort of issue in their accommodation, such as mould, damp, plumbing and noise. One student actually told me that when they moved into their apartment, the window pane was cracked, and the landlord initially accused them of breaking it before providing duct tape to put over the crack. They gave them a tea towel to dry the condensation, and there was so much of it, it was dripping onto the bed. A council inspection of that house found several issues, including mould, exposed wiring and out-of-date fire safety equipment. The council gave the landlord a list of fixes to action before the follow-up inspection, which was set for 30 days later at 12 p.m. Having not done any of the maintenance, they told me that the landlord showed up without warning at 11:30 a.m. on the final day with a tin of paint, asking to get into the room to paint over the mould before the inspectors arrived. There are many good landlords. Of course, we know there are great examples, but there are some who really need to do better, and that's what our proposals seek to address. Your house should be a home, it should be a sanctuary, and for too many in the private rented sector, it is the opposite. We know that for many of constituents, the positives are positive experiences are far from universal. Life as a private renter should never be defined by a constant fight to keep a roof over your head. We should not, and we cannot accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call on Timothy Gasson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Members, when discussing unaffordable rents and the lack of available housing throughout Northern Ireland, we must also consider the causes rather than simply focusing on dealing with the outworkings of it. I believe the main issue driving up rents is the lack of available housing stock and the lack of new affordable homes being built to match current demand, never mind the future demand. A number of weeks ago, I welcomed the Communities Minister's ambition to deliver at least 100,000 new social or affordable homes over a 15-year period to meet our housing demands. On top of the potential capital funding and planning permission issues he will encounter, I do also question what commitment, if any, the Minister has been given by the Executive and the Department of Infrastructure Minister regarding investment required for Northern Ireland Water to support this much-needed housing plan. Members won't need me to tell them that right across the province there are horror stories of how decades of underinvestment in the wastewater infrastructure has left many homeowners with the consequences to live with. There is another issue which is arising, and this, while not mentioned in the motion or amendments, is relevant to the matter before the House, and that is the rapid increase in either legal or illegal HMOs. Landlords know that if they evict a good-sitting tenant today, they could then fill the house with a number of people tomorrow and increase their income as a result. A landlord in my own constituency is now buying commercial properties in the town centre with a view to turning them into HMOs due to getting a better return from an HMO than a shop. I also want to touch briefly upon one other point which is not addressed directly in the motion. Whether this chamber wants to admit it or not, uncontrolled immigration is also a contributing factor, adding to housing rents, especially in deprived areas. Last summer we witnessed some disgraceful disorder on our streets. There were attempts by some, particularly in the media, to claim that allegations of pressure caused by immigration and housing was a myth. The data, however, tells us a different story. The Northern Ireland Stats and Research Agency tells me that there was a net international flow of over 5,000 people in a year into this country ending mid-2022. The lived experience of many of my constituents in North Antrim is that many working-class communities, such as Horryville in my own town, recognise that immigration has been a factor in the pressures on housing, which creates higher rents. The court ruling last year on the Rwanda bill showed that the protocol opens up the very real prospect of effective immigration controls in the rest of the UK not applying in Northern Ireland. That may not be a matter which concerns the majority in this House, but as Sinn Féin have found in the Irish Republic, eventually the open borders policy of the EU gets unpopular with communities well beyond the confines of the Loyalist House in the States of Ballymena, which I am proud to represent, and make no apology for articulating the views here today, even if no one else will. Happy to give way to the member.
For giving way, and I would just caution that language like that is extremely dangerous. Would he not agree that actually one of the biggest issues in his area is short-term Airbnbs, as opposed to a small number of people who are coming here, and people who are asylum seekers and refugees come in a separate contract to what is paid for through the housing executive?
And the member has an extra minute, and I remind the member to keep his comments and on the direction of the motion that's before us.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And just responding to the member, immigration is one of the issues which is adding pressure to our housing stock right across Northern Ireland, whether the member wants to admit it or not. If you have a lack of stock, you will ultimately increase the rents. That's a fact. Immigration is part of that issue, adding to the pressures in our housing stock. That is a fact. Deputy Speaker, unless and until we deal with the factors causing the rent increases, then landlords will continue to be driven by money rather than providing good houses for their tenants. I am happy to support this motion before us, but a greater focus needs to be put on the cause of what is driving the rents up, and not just mollycoddling the landlords to keep the prices down. We need to look at the cause as well as the outworkings of it.
Thank you, Mr Gaston. Minister, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all of the members for their contributions today. It has been rightly highlighted that housing is, I'm sure, for every member of this House, the number one issue that is brought to us by our constituents. I recognise that. I've seen that for a long time in my role as a member for East Antrim, and I have made it a priority since I have come into this post to deal with the issues that we are facing in terms of housing. But as has been mentioned, what is at the root cause of our housing challenges? At the root cause is supply. A constrained housing supply in the wider housing market will always create pressures in the private rented sector first. That's why it is important, and that's why I'm taking a balanced approach to regulating the sector, and I'm going to talk more about this shortly. But I do recognise that this is a problem, especially for those within the private rented sector. I understand that because I get those concerns coming in. We have heard about some of the eye-watering sums of money that have been talked about, the challenges that people face. And I agree with much of what is in the motion today, much of the commentary that is found within the motion as well. But I do have a particular concern with one or two issues which I will come on to in a moment. But I think it is important that if we are serious about tackling this issue, we have to take a whole system approach. And my determination was to ensure that housing was included as a priority in the programme for government, because addressing our housing challenges requires a whole system approach. And in December, the Executive endorsed my housing supply strategy and this whole system approach. And I'm determined to deliver on the objectives of this strategy and tackle the challenges which are preventing us from delivering the type and number of homes we need to meet our housing needs over the next 15 years. Work is well underway to set up cross-departmental structures to develop the first of the short-term action plans as part of the implementation of this strategy. And in reference to Mr Gaston's comment, absolutely, there is a responsibility on other ministers within the Executive to make sure that they deliver. And I will be reminding other ministers that they have signed up to this strategy. There are individual actions and responsibilities for each of them to take, because this is no longer just a DFC strategy. This is an executive strategy, and everyone needs to work together and pull together to make sure that we deliver on that. And I will not be afraid of reminding other ministers about the commitments that they have made, because this is such a critical issue, not just because of the people that we are talking about and the numbers of people that we are talking about, or the real-life impacts that it is having on people right now, but it's about the future as well. I've said many, many times in and outside of this House that if we get housing right, if we can provide a warm, safe, stable place for people to live in and to grow up in, that has the ability to completely transform their life chances. So I see housing as an investment, and I expect the rest of the executive to see it that way as well. In terms of social housing, it's a significant part of housing supply, and I'm going to continue to allocate the majority of my department's capital budget towards the provision of new social homes, around £170 million this year. We work very hard to secure additional money in this year's monitoring rounds to increase the number of new starts, and while that is welcome, we're not going to be able to deliver the 2,000 homes out of Light at the start of this year, but I'm going to continue to bid for additional money that is needed to deliver the new build programme. But we know that many people in the private rented sector ultimately want to own their own home, and I've heard loud and clear the voices of people who feel trapped renting. And since 2020, DFC has provided over £150 million in financial transactions capital funding to co-ownership, and this has helped over 4,000 people purchase a home. And about half of the people buying with co-ownership are coming from the private rented sector, and this is something that I am committed to continuing with so that we can relieve pressure in that way. But I'm also keenly aware of another group of private renters who are struggling. Working families who are paying far too much of their income in rent and who are not able to access social housing or home ownership. We need to do something different to help this group, and I am determined to do that. And that's why I have brought forward a completely new and innovative project, and I'm driving that forward by funding the delivery of a new supply of affordable intermediate rent homes. The intermediate rent scheme will provide good quality and affordable private rented housing with enhanced security of tenure to lower income households. The discounted rents available at 80% of the rental cost of the open market can make a huge difference for those who are struggling with cost, quality and security within the private rented sector. And I look forward to making a further announcement on that very, very soon, and I hope that that's a programme that we can ramp up in future years as well. But of course, for those that find themselves in the private rented sector right now, action has been taken. Many people privately rent because it's the tenure that suits them best, but I want to make sure that it is improved for them. And therefore, the programme of private rented reform that I am taking through is aimed at addressing issues that are raised in this motion, namely affordability, security of tenure and quality. And that programme will deliver what the Assembly mandated the Department to do through the Private Tenancies Act. And this work balances improvements in the private rented sector without exacerbating supply challenges in the sector. In terms of affordability, I am acutely aware of increasing rents in the private rented sector, including some tenants facing increases mid-tenancy. And that's why I have been given, through the Private Tenancies Act, the primary legislative power to introduce a restriction on the frequency of rent increases, and I have instructed my officials to take this work forward as a matter of urgency. This is a form of third-generation rent control, as suggested in the motion, and will mean that from April 2025, a private landlord will not be able to increase rent within 12 months of granting a tenancy or within 12 months following the date of the last rent increase. It will also specify that landlords must give tenants 3 months' written notice of the rent increase. Commencing this legislation will therefore help tenants plan for the future by providing an assurance that they will not face multiple or unexpected rent increases over a short period of time. Regarding security of tenure, landlords here do not have to specify a reason for eviction, and I know that security of tenure is a major concern for tenants. I've been mandated by the Assembly to introduce much longer notice to quit periods, and I'm taking that forward, and I'm committed to fulfilling my duty to this Assembly. And my officials are currently working to draft exceptions to these notice periods as required by the legislation, and to ensure our action is compliant with the Human Rights Act. In terms of fitness and quality, every tenant is entitled to live in a safe and affordable home, and I have completed work on regulations to improve fire and electrical safety for tenants, and officials are now moving on to examine how best to set minimum energy efficiency standards in the private rented sector. And this will help improve the quality of our housing, while also improving comfort levels and helping to address fuel poverty, particularly for low-income tenants. Other work which I am taking forward that will improve standards and enforcement is transfer of the landlord registration scheme to councils, and the aim of this work is to increase the number of landlords that comply with the requirement to register. And we already have evidence to suggest that registered landlords are more aware of and compliant with their legislative responsibilities. And the landlord registration fee revenue will support the running costs of the scheme and the development of potential pilot projects to improve compliance. So I think that what we have in this programme that I have set out is an ambitious agenda. A lot of private renters might be better off living in social housing, so we're going to build more social homes, but I want to deliver more than that. Many of them aspire to home ownership, and I want to make sure that they can have a house of their own too. So I'm going to continue to improve the security, affordability and quality of the private rented sector for those living in it. I believe this must be done in a balanced way. We cannot exacerbate supply challenges in an already stretched market. I believe my reform programme achieves this balance, but ultimately what we need to do more than anything else is to make sure that we increase the supply of homes in Northern Ireland. That is my number one goal in terms of housing, and I hope that with cooperation from other government departments that's exactly what we deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call on Cara Hunter, and Cara, you have 5 minutes to wind on amendment number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the members to my right for bringing this important motion forward, and to Jerry for his amendment here today. Our communities are under unprecedented strain and stress. Families are forced to pay an ever-increasing share of their income to rent, and with reports showing Belfast rents are now up over £1,000 a month on average, which is absolutely insane. In 1 year, homelessness has shot up 17% due to a lack of available rentals on the market, meaning hundreds of families right across our constituency have been left with no home and nowhere to go. Rents are going sky high. Many parents are choosing between paying those rents and providing basic needs like food or affording childcare. Paying rents, paying electric, paying for the heating and transport costs is becoming increasing pressure on our parents. I spoke with one family who said, as soon as my money goes in, it goes out, and we're all left with very little. Rental inflation has soared by as much as 9% this year, pushing average monthly rents to a record of £942, which is totally unsustainable for working families here. When talking about housing, undoubtedly these rising rents have a profound impact on quality of life, and they're far-reaching, and meaning parents aren't affording their child the trip to the cinema, or having a birthday party or a new pair of school shoes because they have no choice but to keep a roof over their heads. Aside from that, other members have rightfully alluded to it's really important that we look at our student population, and over the years I spoke with NUS-USI, who do a fantastic job in describing so well the lived experience of our students, who are undoubtedly impacted by not every landlord, but there certainly are some rogue landlords out there who know that our students are young, and oftentimes it's the first time they're signing a rental contract, and there's often very little advice on how to go about that, meaning they are experiencing damp in their house, and it has a negative impact on them, their health, and of course their studies as well. And alarmingly, 2 in 5 students have even contemplated leaving their studies as a direct result of the crushing financial pressure of unaffordable housing, and of course housing that isn't really fit for purpose. In all of the discussions that we've had here today, in all contributions, we've talked about data, we've talked about statistics, but ultimately these are real people, and this is a daily reality for our parents, for students, for hard-working individuals forced to really sacrifice stability and security due to these ever-rising costs. And I think it's really important that we recognise here today this is not a personal failure of our constituents, but a systemic one, where insufficient housing supply places pressure on some of our most vulnerable citizens. It is imperative that we invest in affordable housing, reform rental regulations and support initiatives that give families and students the stability they so rightfully need and desperately need and so rightfully deserve. I know I have the Minister tortured when it comes to the North Coast, but I think it is important to reiterate here today that there is a unique dynamic in our coastal areas, which are tourist attractions. They're squeezed, there's not enough rental properties on the market, and therefore rents are going through the roof. Single parents are struggling to pay due to only having one income, and it is contributing continually to a collapse in our communities and forcing people to live elsewhere, which is heartbreaking to see. Yeah.
And when she's talking about the issue, particularly in the North Coast, just wondered if she might elaborate on the issue of Airbnbs and the unregulation of that outside the Minister's scope, and that's why we need an executive strategy on this, because what we're saying is residential areas becoming flooded with Airbnbs and the impact that that's having, particularly in your constituency.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. I thank the member for his intervention. I think that's really important to note. I know you're tortured, Minister, by myself, but I do think we need to hear a commitment from the wider executive on this matter, because it continues to grow and grow year on year and is undoubtedly impacting my constituents, and I know in other impressive areas across the north as well. Just to conclude then, I'd like to touch on some members' comments. Kelly Armstrong had talked about the housing and rising rents is really impacting the well-being of families here, adding stress to them in their everyday lives. Ms Nichols spoke about the challenges that our students face. Jerry Carroll had alluded to the number of empty houses in the north which could be used yet lie empty today. And of course we need to talk about moments where landlords are taking advantage of tenants as well. Mr Gildernew talked about the importance of recognising the strain it's putting on families in all our communities. Brian Kingston had talked about a property pal having, I think it was 73, Brian, different views and inquiries about any given house, and this really shows how competitive that housing is becoming in the north. And to end, Mr Butler, you rightfully alluded to that housing is collectively our #1 issue. Therefore, we as a collective in this chamber must recognise that this needs to be a priority for the executive, and certainly is for the opposition. And I know we all feel devastated when we can't help. So I'd like the Minister to do all he can today and work with his executive colleagues to ensure that this issue is rightfully resolved. Housing is a human right and not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry, you have 5 minutes to wind on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's quite a few comments that need challenged and rebutted, but I don't know if I have time to do it all justice, so I'll do my best. I would say, in the general thrust of the debate, that the members who are cautioning against third-generation rent controls, as they're called, I think are showing us where the true priorities lie. Clearly, they believe that landlord's right to extract profit from the tenant at all costs is more important than the tenant's right to a secure and affordable home. Members warn against landlords fleeing the sector or the risk of rent control destabilising supply in the private sector, but similar arguments, Deputy Speaker, were used against the introduction of the minimum wage. Critics say that introducing these basic protections for workers would cause mass unemployment, but 25 years later, rates of unemployment have actually fallen. The minimum wage increased living standards and boosted the economy, so I would suggest there's a bit of scaremongering going on. I'll repeat the point. Rent controls exist in Europe and the sky hasn't caved in. Housing markets haven't collapsed, and in fact the private rental sector in these countries is actually growing. The fact that 1 in 5 MLAs are landlords also, Deputy Speaker, tells us all we need to know, and I suggest there's a lot of looking after their own interests and the interests of wealthy and powerful property owning friends. The member for North Antrim talked about immigration. I say to the member, through you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it's landlordism causing the crisis, not immigration. And asylum seekers and migrants contribute so much to our society, but they often live in the worst housing possible, with damp and mould riddled right through their homes like the way.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would you agree with me that those very immigrants are the people who are working in our hospitals and our healthcare systems, and some of them, due to language, inflammatory language, homes were attacked in very recent times? So we need to be very careful about what we say and the leadership we give in this House.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. I would concur with the member, and also say to the member, she would probably agree with me, that there's quite a lot of those asylum seekers who actually want to work in their health service, but due to a racist immigration asylum policy, they're prevented from working. So they've got skills that are being prevented from attributing to the housing or the health and the education sector. What is often used in the debate, Deputy Speaker, and it was referred to by I think one or two members today, is the Chartered Institute of Housing report from I think it was 2002. There was a few quotes read out from that report, but one quote which was missing, and I am quoting, was: "There was, however, a consensus that a rent decrease would positively impact tenants' financial situation, particularly in the economic context." So it would be good for renters, but it's missing from this debate. And the CIH report stated that between 41% and 60% of landlords will leave the market if rent controls are introduced. And I think a member for North Belfast kind of referred to that. I would maintain that this is scaremongering. There's no evidence whatsoever for this to support this claim. And actually, to look at the housing executive data, the landlords, a majority of landlords, do not, I repeat, do not have mortgages to cover. They showed that around just over 33%, just over a third of them, relied on rent to cover mortgage payments. So what does that mean? It means around 2/3 of landlords are actually profiteering directly, massively, from the rents, the huge rents that they charge. So the Minister should remember that point, and other members, Deputy Speaker, when talking about this issue. But even if some landlords do leave the market, the house still exists. The house doesn't disappear. It will be bought by another landlord, maybe by a first-time buyer who's leaving the private rental sector, or the state, if the will was there, could step in to buy homes if landlords do sell up and convert those homes into social housing. The report recommended, Deputy Speaker, strengthening the social security system and significantly increasing the supply of social housing. The Executive has absolutely failed to act on either of those recommendations almost 3 years on, I think, from that report came out. The housing crisis has got worse since this report was written, and I would urge the Minister and the Executive Ministers to listen to tenants who tell us clearly and repeatedly that they do want rent control, rather than landlords who make unfounded threats that they leave the sector, and politicians can't pick and choose from that report. Just moving to the SDLP amendment, grants to help tenants make up the shortfall from LHA and market rent might be welcome, but in the short term for people, but it's a sticking plaster. Tenants will not see any of this money. It will go straight into the pockets of landlords, subsidising increased rents, throwing away public money. Good public money. The UK Government already spends over £30 billion per year subsidising private landlords via housing benefit and the housing element of universal credit. And in the North, we obviously top this up. And executive parties take every opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to talk about efficiency and use of resources and managing constrained budgets. I would suggest funneling large sums of public money to landlords to charge huge rents is not good value for money. And the member also cheekily asked about landlords in my own party. I remind him that for years his party had on Belfast City Council one of the worst landlords in the Holy Lands as a member of his party and a councillor there, and seemingly had no problem with it. And it is remarkable that the party who
Mr Durkin, you've been here long enough to know not to be chuntering from a sedentary position.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker.
Over to you, Jerry. Keep going.
In conclusion, it's remarkable that for the party that traces its legacy, the civil rights movement, the member in the party seemingly is against rent reductions and rent controls. Remember, people did march to end sectarianism in housing to be ripped off in the private rental sector. So I move my amendment and I ask members to support it. Thank you
very much
Speaker.
indeed. And I call on Sean Mulholland. And Sean, you've 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to thank all the speakers today, especially those who have shared personal stories from their constituents. I am also one of those MLAs that number one piece of casework in our office is indeed housing. And we know that the private rental sector in Northern Ireland is in crisis, and that's why we brought this motion forward today. We will be supporting the SDLP's amendment, and just to the member for West Belfast, I will say in comments there, to say that there is no evidence for it, it's a piece of research not from 2002, from 2022, so 3 years ago, less than 3 years ago, by the Chartered Institute of Housing. So I think that's a fairly reliable source when we're looking at pieces of research rather than opinion or thought. And we do agree rent freezes and reductions could result in 60% or at least a high proportion of landlords leaving the sector. And how is that going to impact or positively impact anyone? This crisis has been years in the making, with a series of ministers playing their part. We have had some in the past making grand promises about housing on one hand, and then unfortunately presiding over yet more rent rises and a chronic shortage of homes and a shocking level of standard and security in the sector. In terms of our more recent history, there have been things that the Minister could have put in place. He's acknowledged that we need more homes, but refuses to stop the housing executive scheme that continues to sell off the limited stock that we have. We do think that's placing more pressure on the supply. I'm relieved that the Minister referenced the introduction of some rent controls, or at least, the announcement of reduction of the amount of rent increases that someone can have within a period of time. I think that will be really positive. I mean, that fits with the research commissioned by his own department, showing that controls and those third generation controls would improve affordability and already has widespread public support. So that's a really positive thing that we can point to today. In terms of my own background as being a youth worker and someone who is just really concerned with how, I suppose, the next generation is experiencing things. We have a generation of young people who are supposed to be thriving, starting careers, settling down, contributing to the economy, but they're stuck, waiting for a system to change that refuses to listen to them. They should be laying the foundations of their adult lives, building careers and planning for the future, but they're trapped in a system they can't afford to buy, they can barely afford to rent, and there's no real alternatives that exist. They're left treading water, waiting for policies that are taking just too long to come, and the cost of living continues to rise beyond their reach, and that shows that we have more and more young people moving back in with their parents. Those from low income backgrounds face barriers before they even get through the door. I had a constituent call it a rigged system. They have to provide a guarantor earning 3 times the rent, pay deposits that take years to save for, and pass credit checks that penalise them for being on low incomes. Another core group that we tend not to talk about too much is care experienced young people who just simply don't have the luxury of the bank of mum and dad, or even the safe place of mum and dad to move home to. When they leave care, they don't just lose a roof over their heads, they lose their security, their stability, and in most cases their entire support network. So there's little to no guarantee of social housing in the locality of whatever support network they have built up. So for those who do end up in the private rental market, the ability to maintain a tenancy puts them at serious risk of homelessness. We're still, I'm told, that landlords openly discriminate against people on benefits. A 2019 survey by Housing Executive of private landlords found a clear evidence of discrimination against tenants on housing benefit. So while 40% of landlords had tenants receiving housing benefit, certain landlords were far more likely to not rent to them. Crucially, 56% of landlords, whilst they were open to renting to tenants on benefits in the future, nearly 1 in 5 outright refused. So the reality is that many benefit claimants face significant barriers in securing private rental accommodation as well. For those who do manage to find somewhere, the reality can be grim, as my colleague Kate Nicholl has outlined through sharing some of the personal stories that come through her office, whether that's been mothers sharing beds with their children, damp, mould-ridden homes that make them sick, heating systems that fail in the winter, that we also heard from other members, the choosing between freezing or unaffordable bills. It's no surprise that poor housing wreaks havoc on physical and mental health, piling more pressure on the NHS, with substandard housing costing over £1.4 billion annually across the UK. Landlords ignore repair requests, knowing that tenants have nowhere to go, and if they complain, they risk their rent being hiked as punishment. But it isn't all about bad landlords, and as Robbie Butler pointed out, good landlords have nothing to fear from that reform of legislation. The things that we're trying to do here are trying to target the bad practice, and that is what we're talking about today. But not all landlords are bad. My colleague Michelle Guy suggested that we lobby for a full system review and a regularly updated LHA. Analysis undertaken by Shelter identified that inadequate LHA rates are pushing those on lowest incomes into unsuitable accommodation. They have no other choice. As a result, claimants in Northern Ireland face that annual shortfall of nearly £1,000 between their welfare support and their rent, and that's just a gap that is absolutely impossible for so many to face, and it leaves them with two bleak choices: somehow scrape together the difference, often at the expense of essentials, or settle for cheaper housing that is frequently substandard or unfit for purpose. Renters are simply just left powerless, and we heard that from quite a few. Living in a rural community makes all of these issues even worse at times. Housing options are fewer, rents are still high, and wages are often lower, making it really hard to save for a home. In my constituency and the neighbouring one, as referenced by Cara Hunter, short-term lets and Airbnbs are a growing issue, and they are sucking the heart from our coastal communities, as is seen in so many villages between my constituency and the constituency of the SDLP member who has mentioned it. We need the Minister to work with councils. Is there a way to licence short-term lets akin to how HMOs are dealt with? Is there something that we can do to start to address the short-term lets situation, particularly in those coastal or tourist destinations? But I take on board what the member for North Belfast said. It is also an issue within the city. Yes, of course, Minister. Yep.
This is something that has been raised by many members in this House, including the member for East Londonderry. This is an issue that we take seriously. It's one that I raised during my discussions before the publication of the Housing Supply Strategy with the then Minister for the Department for the Economy, whose remit that would lie under. But I see this as a cross-departmental issue. It's something we are going to work together on, because this has been raised in this House many times, and as Mr Brett has also said, this is not now an issue that is only for our coastal or tourist areas. It's seeping into different parts of the country, including into Belfast. So this is something that's going to be dealt with, and I'll continue to work with executive colleagues on it.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy. I was going to say Deputy First Minister, Deputy Speaker. My goodness me, you know it's that time of the night. Give me quite a promotion there. And thank you, Minister. Really appreciate that. I think that is something, when we talk about, people don't live in silos, so their problems are not siloed. So I think it's really encouraging to hear you talk about working across departments. We need the department to act with real, tangible change. As Maurice Bradley said, we need a common sense resolution to some of these problems. And I suppose in terms of the paper that my colleague Kelly Armstrong has referenced, the Alliance New Deal for Private Renters, we do believe that it sets out a roadmap for some of that. So I do hope the Minister's words come to fruition, because we do need a whole system approach, because we simply do need to increase the supply, and because renters in Northern Ireland cannot wait any longer. They deserve better. They need security and they need fairness, but most important of all, they need a safe and good roof over their heads. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank everybody for the debate that went forward. Before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. The question is that amendment number 1, standing in the name of Jerry Carroll, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Is there any other ayes apart from Jerry Carroll? My hearings. Thank you very much indeed, Jerry. Your vote has been noted, but as there are noes from all round the House, I say that the amendment number 1 is negated. So therefore we will move on to amendment number 2, standing in the name of Mark Durkin and Cara Hunter, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? It's just you, Minister? Your party's not with you? All right, okay, but you're not going to push it. Okay. In that case, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question is that the motion therefore the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? You're not pushing it. Okay, you're not pushing it. Therefore, that the motion is therefore agreed as it's not being pushed. I'm not quite sure that's the exact language to use, but this is what we'll have. Here's the word. So therefore, the House will not divide. So therefore, the motion passes as amended. Thank you. Therefore, we are now to that the order item number 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question of the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you. There we go.